Here. Thank you, Matt, for hitting the record button. This meeting is being recorded. You should get a pop-up on your screen that lets everybody know, but just in full disclosure, this meeting is being recorded. I am multitasking, just making sure that everybody who needs to be in the panel is there. So I just saw Pamela in there. So thank you everyone for joining us here today. This is the meeting of the Adult Regulations Revision Executive Steering Committee. This is a follow-up to our August 31st meeting. And I am joined here by members of the BSCC team. I have Ginger Wolf with us and Lindsay Tu, Tina Pearson and Tamika Shedwin. And together we are going to make this day as smooth as possible for you all. And we'll go over the agenda really quickly and walk people through how we're gonna move throughout the day. It is going to be another long day unless stars align and we find we're coming to consensus on some of these decisions rather quickly. So I'm gonna ask Sheriff Barnes, who's the chair of the Executive Steering Committee, to welcome us and to get us started, and then we'll jump right into the agenda.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. Thank you again for being here to be part of the process. I think, collectively over the last year and a half, primarily due to COVID, we've put a lot of work and energy into this, not only us, but some of the work groups as well. So today is the last calendar day that we have to complete this task before we submit our recommendations to the board. So I want us to be efficient and try to move through some of this as quickly as possible. I'm learning as we go along as well. And so I would like to just kind of say that, the work groups have put a lot of time and energy, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they were also subject to public comment as well, and probably took some of that into consideration. So when we have public comment or discussion amongst the ESC panel, if there are ways that we can enhance some of the recommendations and reach a consensus on how to make them better, I'm certainly open to that. But if we cannot reach consensus, I think my support would be that we submit what was proposed by the work groups, so we don't spend a lot of time, going in different directions. And so with that being said, hopefully we'll have a good and very productive day and wrap this thing up. Nelson, I'll turn it back over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Sheriff Barnes. If I could ask the members of the ESC to real quickly, just for the making sure that the members of the community know who's on the panel. I can call members looking through the Zoom squares. Sheriff Barnes from Sutter County, and then I have Pamela Liu, and then maybe just I'll call out screens and you can, I'm still clunky on Zoom, I'm sorry. Just introduce yourself and the agency that you're representing. That would be fantastic, starting with Pamela.
I apologize for signing on late. Talk about Zoom difficulties. Anyway, and I just want to also begin by thanking your staff, Allison. What a amazing and hard amount of work that they've turned around so quickly. So I want to thank them, as well as people in the public who, CJ, the ACLU, others who really took a lot of time to try to get in the voices of incarcerated individuals. My name is Pamela Liu. I'm a senior attorney with Disability Rights California. Really glad to be here today. And I raised my hand just because I had a quick suggestion about how we proceed, which was, I know there's a section tabbed off as section 4, and substantive proposed revisions with discussion anticipated. They include mentally disordered offenders, out of cell time, restraints. Those seem to be really substantive ones that we have never been able to get to yet. And I'm just worried that given the way the last process went, we're gonna, a concern about not even getting to those. And so I'm wondering if maybe we could address those first, because they're pretty significant. And in the past 2 meetings, we haven't had a chance to even address those. So thank you.
Thanks. Maybe we can go through introductions and then what I can propose the agenda that seems to make sense. And if it doesn't, the group can discuss, but I'm hoping that we can move through it, but I do understand the concern. Thank you. Jerry?
Hi, Jerry Gutierrez with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office, the executive officer responsible for the support operations of our correctional system, healthcare, and reentry, those sort of things.
Thank you. And then going down my list, Eric Para?
Hi, good morning, Eric Parra, currently with Alhambra Police Department, but I formerly ran the jail system for the LA County Sheriff's Department. And I look forward to making some progress. Everybody's well-intentioned here. Last time was a little slow, but I think we're all trying, and hopefully today we hit some home runs.
I think so. Thank you. Aubrey?
Hi, Abreu, here, she, her pronouns. I'm the directing attorney for the health program at the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. We're the largest direct legal services provider for Santa Clara County. And within the health program, we oversee a lot of health issues that come up for our clients, including conditions at jails and our clients who have mental health needs and who are put into involuntary treatment programs across the county. So really happy to be here, and thank you so much, Allison, for really bringing us through this process throughout the last couple of years.
Thank you. And then Rick Heyer from Sacramento. I think we got everybody.
Good morning, Rick Heyer. Like you said, supervising deputy county counsel. I represent most of the justice agencies in Sacramento County. And to include, I'm the lead counsel for the county on the Mays consent decree, which governs our jail.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I did want to step through the agenda really quick, and really, I don't think words are enough to express how much heavy lifting Lindsay and Ginger have done in the time between these two meetings. The material that is on our website and it's linked and follows the agenda pretty well is a result of taking the material that we discussed in the last meeting and putting it back together, some of it in choice format, using suggestions from either public comment or discussion here at the ESC, and then also relying on best practices that we were, able to look into. So the work that you see before us is really the result of Ginger and Lindsay putting all this stuff back together. It's pretty remarkable, and it's put together pretty well. So I hear concern that we might not be able to get through, and let me try to explain the agenda and how this should work. So what we would like to start with is any of the material, any of the regulations that we pulled off, we couldn't come to consensus to, and staff of the BSCC made an attempt to put some compromising language, for lack of a better word, together. So starting with definitions and then moving into the substantive revisions. So these matrices have been updated. The ones that are highlighted are the ones that we pulled off. And what we're hoping we can do is, not that we certainly invite discussion, but the hope is that when we look at the work that's being presented in those areas, the ESC can make a decision and move on, hopefully rather quickly. My thought is that the language that's being proposed does contain enough compromise and incremental improvement to move that forward. So that's where we're going to start, in definitions and the substantive revisions, the highlighted sections. And then we were going to go back into the substantive revisions where we left off, where the ESC did not make a recommended approval or denial or changes. There's 15 or so left to go through. What we tried to do is, based on the discussion we had, is maybe propose some additional changes so that we can get through and approve those revisions, and then move on to the substantive revisions for discussion. And you're right, we have not gotten to those yet. They are substantive. I feel like we can get through items 1 and 2. I really do. the substantive revisions that we haven't gotten to. Again, what we tried to do from the BSCC side is arrange some proposed language based on some of the public comment that we got, some of the discussion that we had, so that we could facilitate discussion that would lead to a regulation revision rather than spending time rebuilding, if that makes sense. So we put a lot of thought into the material that you have before you today, and I'm just gonna say I'm gonna be hopeful. And I really do think we can get through 1 and 2. Spend a good deal of time on number 3. They are substantive, but I think what you'll see is that we took some language and tried to make some proposals out of it. Again, so less time on discussion, not that I don't want to have discussion, but more time on making decisions. Does that make sense to everybody on the ESC? The material, like I said, is all linked on the website. It follows in the order that you see on the agenda, and we're going to go through basically in that way. Anything that we pulled off, like I said, and then just pick up where we left off, which is in that Title 15 number 2. Does anybody have any questions or suggestions on reordering? Jerry, I see your hands up.
Yeah, just real quick to start on the definitions. I thought at our last meeting, we already determined the words aren't in the text of the document to remove them. The ESC decided to remove them.
Yeah.
And the one on the definition of recreation, we voted against that. So I don't know why we're even wasting time to discuss it again. Is this the desire of BSCC to force them on the document?
No, can we start and open with that? I hear you, and I see your hands up, Pamela, too. I just have a couple other little housekeeping things to get into, and I hope what we talk about will make sense, Jerry. And Pamela, you had your hand up?
I'll let you proceed, and then when we get to that, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Please,
you.
thanks.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate that. So I just wanted to make a note about public comment again. So we've disabled the chat. It's just a lot easier to be able to look for people's hands that are up. We'll ask for public comment. So after each of these sections, after we get through the definitions, we'll open it up for public comment, number 2, so on and so forth. We'll use the same format as we get through each of these groups. So if you'd like to comment, please raise your hand using the raise your hand function, leave it raised, and Tina or Tamika, who are our fantastic analysts here at the BSCC, will make sure that your name is called and we hear your public comment. And additionally, our email address is regulations@bscc.ca.gov. So if you'd like to comment in writing, please feel free to email us there and we'll check that. Long day. We've done this before, going from 9 to 12, taking a 2-hour break in the middle because we all have, a million other things to do, and then reconvening at 2 and then taking the time to get through what we can, hopefully wrapping up. Sheriff Barnes?
Just a point of clarification, when we went through the definitions the first time, we already took public comment, which is what led to some of the word crafting or the work by your staff. Do we have to take public comment again on something we've already gone over?
So,
because we've done that already.
yeah,
these should be things, in my opinion, that we discuss and we vote to approve as amended or not. We've already taken public comment on definitions.
so the purpose of public comment in each meeting is so that the voices of the people that are participating are heard, and they can comment on the work that's being done. I hear what you're saying, and I'm really hoping that what I talk about when we get to definitions will ease all of those concerns. But
I agree with Sheriff Barnes on that.
we have to take public comments during each meeting so that people have the opportunity to comment on the decisions that are being made that day. We've made the decision to have a public comment after each of those sections. As in the last go round, we had public comment after each article, so we're formatting it a little bit differently. But that is
Okay. Yeah, I was just seeking clarification in the interest of, being efficient and.
yeah,
Time
certainly
Well-
because we might discuss something that wasn't presented before.
Sheriff and Allison, can I ask a clarifying question,
Sure.
please? So we had the work groups that worked on this section of the regs, right? And then they had public comment during that period of time.
Correct.
Now it went to the ESC. These definitions that were added after the fact by the BACC, because the ACLU mentioned them. They weren't presented as part of the work group. We've already talked about it, we discussed it. These words don't exist in the document, so we should remove them. And we determined that the recreation would have significant impact on the jail systems in California at the last meeting. So I don't understand why we're still talking about definitions when we already finalized it last meeting.
So perhaps we can start with definitions. I hope that what staff has prepared and gone through, and we can jump right into that if everybody's ready.
Yeah, but Allison, so are you guys superseding what the ESC has already said already? I mean, I don't understand why we're still talking about it.
Not at all. Not at all. Okay, maybe perhaps if everybody's okay, I'll just double check if anybody has any questions on process and we can jump right into the definitions. That would work. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Allison, I would say let's just go into it. And I agree with Mr. Gutierrez, but I also think there were some that we didn't necessarily agree on that you guys were going to word craft a little bit and come back to those. And so I think that's probably where our focus should be, is the ones that we didn't agree on.
Yes. Okay, so we are starting with definitions. So I will discuss what we as staff heard from the ESC during the meeting, and we'll start with the regulations. The definitions, beginning with cisgender, and those are all highlighted. They all have to do with gender identity and expression, and what the discussion was, and what we understood as our role as staff. We went back through all of the definitions, and none of those terms that are proposed, again, cisgender, gender expression, those terms are absolutely important, and we recognize them as important, and certainly to ensure inclusivity and equality in treatment of persons. However, those regulations, what happened in the work group, it was a noble attempt to incorporate those terms into the adult regulations. They exist in the juvenile regulations. However, there are no uses of those words in the adult Title 15 regulations. So one of the Office of Administrative Law process is incredibly technical. They have attorneys that comb through, commas and the use of commas in this regulation. There's a clause in the statutes for how regulations are developed that's called, I might mess up the term, Ginger can help me. Regulation revisions need to comply with clarity and necessity. If there is, the purpose of the definitions, is to clarify terms used in, sorry, I'm gonna ask if Matt, if you're still on there, if you wouldn't mind disabling the chat. It's really, it's actually pretty distracting. Sorry, so the terms do not appear in the regulations, those particular terms. So what we're suggesting as staff, and that the ESC agree with. We did not get clear consensus. We looked into that. We promised to look into that. So we're recommending that the ESC withdraw those regulations in the definitions. Now, I understand that it feels harsh because they are really incredibly important terms, but the purpose of the definition isn't to expand any jail operation itself. It's to define terms used in regulations. So what we're asking the ESC to do is to, at final, withdraw the recommendations for those terms. Now, that's opposite of what the work group suggested. And I understand that it feels like we're taking out important terms, but those terms are not used in the regulation. I'm going to kind of stop there because I feel like I'm repeating myself. And Pamela, you had your hand up?
Oh, yes, and I would agree with that. I'm worried now though, because I see in section 1260 for the clothing, the staff had suggested adding individuals shall be able to select the garment type more compatible with their gender identity and gender expression. So I wasn't sure if that would then mean now we have to define it, or if we think it's common knowledge enough that we don't.
So one of the things that we've talked about in many of the ESC meetings is that we as staff spend a lot of time after the work is done here, making sure to include that we've done all of that work. So what I recommend is that, and we'll go back through because we went through the existing regs. If those terms, gender identity, gender expression, are used, we'll take the recommended terms and pull them back in. We will not leave out a term if it appears in the regulation, but we're asking the ESC to say, okay, staff, take out the ones that don't appear, keep in the ones that do. That's the action that we're asking for. We did not have clarity on that action the last time. Does that land okay?
So that's your recommendation, right, Allison?
That's my recommendation. Absolutely. When I say my recommendation, I mean the BSCC staff's recommendation. We're recommending that you allow us to remove the terms that aren't used in definition, take another look through to make sure we haven't missed anything. If they do, we will absolutely include those terms.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's very practical and makes sense.
I support that.
Do we need a motion?
So I have a point of clarification. So is this for all of the definitions, Allison? Because I notice like on page 9, some of the BSCC recommendations are worded slightly different. All the rest seem to be consistent with the withdrawal of any definitions that's not in there, but it looks like it changes a little bit on page 9. So is this motion for all of this section and we're moving on, or are there different ones?
That is for the gender identity and expression regulations, definitions, and we'll go to the outdoor one in just one moment, please. Gotcha. You're right, that one is a little bit different. And I, sometimes it takes us a moment or two to get our groove going in these meetings.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we knew what we were.
We're not lumping in, absolutely not. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. That's a really good point. So this would be related to the gender identity and expression. And then did I see a hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we're addressing the recreation because I don't want to acquiesce to that one.
No worries. Yeah. Oh, Lindsay, would you mind, I'm sorry, would you mind putting up the definitions matrix? So if you could scroll down, Lindsay. Okay, those are stop at the cisgender one. So I think we're good with that, and we can reach consensus with that. We can move on to the next definition, which is outdoor, and that's the second one. And we can go over the BSCC recommendation. I can take hearing no, I lost my words. We'll move forward with that one if everybody is comfortable, and then move on to the outdoor one, which is on page 9. So this one became a lengthy discussion, the definition of outdoor, and certainly the additional recommendation for vegetation. And what we're recommending is really along the lines of that recommendation number 2, that this definition not be approved in the Title 15 regulations as is. When we talk about full enclosure, physical plant limitations, things like that, that will impact, that would not apply backwards to facilities that have already been constructed. So it's difficult to put a physical plant type regulation into the operational regulations. So this does need discussion. There is regulations in Title 24 related to outdoor exercise and recreation space. So what we're proposing is that this, as it is, not be approved in Title 15. And then when we get to Title 24 and we see how outdoor is used in those regulations, we pick up the discussion there. And I believe that it would be really difficult to use the terms vegetation and have everybody be able to comply. So I'll kind of just leave that there. It was a really long discussion, and our recommendation is to not approve it as is in the Title 15 regulations. Again, it will come back up when we get to Title 24, and it will be more appropriate in those regulations.
I support that, not approving it and addressing in Title 24.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Any other comments or thoughts from the ESC before we move on? So what we would do is, for now, take that, not approve that regulation as is in the Title 15. And then when it comes up in the Title 24 sections, we'll have a physical plant related discussion. And I trust that it will make sense in the physical plant realm.
And I apologize for just interrupting, Allison, but Lanisha is available to join now. She wasn't feeling well, but she would like to be admitted. She just,
Fantastic.
thank you so much.
Get all my screens. I've lost all my screens. Let's hold on and we'll make sure she's in there. We should be all set. Okay, so any other thoughts or comments? And we'll open this up for public comment, limited to 1 minute per person. If there's no other comments by the ESC and there's agreement, consensus, that's what we're going for, moving these forward, we can open it up for public comment.
Yep, I would be good with that. Do we have any public comment?
I don't see any in the queue right now.
Okay, thank you. So we will move on to the next section, which is the substantive.
Allison,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Aisha Estrella has raised her hand.
oh, wonderful. Okay, thank you.
We have public comment. Please go ahead.
Aisha?
Hi, I just have a few questions. So, like, are decisions already made? Because for the public comment, when I was hearing you guys in the beginning asking about it, it just kind of seemed like the public comment didn't really matter because, like whatever was going to happen was going to happen. So it's just, I know you guys are probably having public comment because you have to, but is anything really going to be like reconsidered or anything like that? You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I don't want to spend too much time going over a process. This group has been together for several years, and our public comment process has been much more than just having public comment during meetings. We've taken written public comment. We take public comment during meetings, and we absolutely do consider it. It's not just because we have to, they do inform our work. We're at a point in this process where many decisions have been made. We're making a final decision. The decisions that you see here today are based heavily on the input of community members and public commenters. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, it does.
Do you have a public comment related to the definitions?
No, I just wanted to ask that question.
Okay, thank you. Wonderful. So, Lindsay, if you could pop up the Title 15 substantive proposed revisions. And what we'll do here, we're going to go through the ones that are highlighted in yellow. Give me just 1 second here. So these are the substantive revisions that the ESC had a tough time coming to consensus on. So what the BSCC staff did was research public comment, best practices, and other input, and make some informed decisions about some recommendations that the ESC could choose from. Excuse me. So we're starting with 1024, and the comment was really related to how these regulations interfaced with STC and with post training requirements. And we're actually recommending that the ESC move forward with the proposed revisions as is. They haven't changed since the work group meeting, and they haven't changed since the August 31st meeting. And BSCC staff didn't propose any revisions. So what the action proposed before the ESC is to accept the revisions as is. I'll ask the ESC if they have any questions or comments. Jerry?
Yes, I thought when we last discussed this, we were discussing that some of the stuff may be repetitive. There's other requirements with post and with STC on the deputy supplemental core course, as well as a core course that addresses these topics. Do we still feel we need it again? Is that, I can't remember what we talked about last time or we decided.
So I think there is the potential for overlap, because this regulation, it doesn't apply to type 2, your county jails and those employees. This applies to temporary holding facilities, which are typically run by police officers that have been trained through post and not STC. So these, while the subject matter that's in post training might well be some of those, then that agency can use that training to, I am sorry, I'm having a hard time.
They can dual certified is what you're saying.
Correct. That the post certificate, the post training can qualify for this.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, and same thing with a court holding employee. If they've been through STC training and they've already had these things, they're good to go. It's really intended to make sure that people that are working in court holding or temporary holding facilities that might not have been through like a full correctional training get detention specific training. And there are many ways to meet compliance. We take the post, we take the STC training if they have it.
I would move to accept staff recommendation.
Yeah, I support all the recommended changes.
I support it. I wish.
And that would keep the regulation as you see before you. Any other questions or comments from ESC members? Excellent. So the second one is 1027.5 safety checks. And what I'm going to ask us to refer to is this addendum that addendum to substantive revisions matrix. And I'll ask Lindsay if you could put up the safety check the safety check regulation rather. So we had a lengthy discussion on safety checks, and the ESC wasn't able to come to consensus and asked the BSCC staff to come up with a recommendation that expanded the intent of the safety checks. So on page 2, what you'll see here is the BSCC staff recommendation for the safety check regulation. You can see the original work group recommendation added a line having a process to review safety checks. Can you scroll down a little bit, Lindsay, so people can see the whole BSC? Perfect. So the BSCC staff recommendation is the regulation you see before you now. It keeps the requirement for 60-minute safety checks, but adds some of the clarifying language. It's to determine the safety and well-being of individuals. Direct visual observation, which is defined in definitions as, making sure that you see somebody and that they are alive and well. Clarifying that more frequent safety checks are required as outlined in regulations for sobering cells, safety cells, and restraints. Those are 30, 15, and 15 respectively. And then the documentation plan, making sure to include actual time, location, things like that. That is the best practice. That is what's happening out in the field. It's a reflection of how agencies are conducting safety checks. And then the documented process by which the agency does review their safety checks, which again is a best practice and is a reflection of how most agencies do their own self-audit of safety checks. So what we would ask that the ESC approve the BSCC recommendation or revert back to the original work group recommendation for safety checks.
I really like what you guys came up with.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
It looks really good. I like the auditing process, if you will. I know we softened it a bit, but I think it's really needed. It looks good.
I agree.
Yep, I would support approving that.
Okay, anybody else from the ESC have a comment or a question? If not, we can mark that as approved with those changes. Thank you so much. And we can move on to the next one, which is visiting. So on the matrix, it is on page 14. And then I'm going to then direct you to page 4 in the addendum document where you can see the BSCC recommendation based on the discussion. So what we have in here is the original work group recommendation, which again included no change. This was a heavily modified regulation due to some statutory changes over the last couple of years. And then there is a recommendation from our public comment, the third one, the CJ et al. recommendation. But what we did, and actually recommendation number 2, if you could scroll to that, Lindsay, is we combined some of the recommendations that the community members had made, and then added some of the discussion that we heard in the ESC. So you can see that, again, clarifying that it's written policies and procedures that includes the following requirements, adding a publicly posted schedule of facility visiting hours, if practicable, visiting hours made available weekends, evenings, or holidays. Again, these are best practices, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, reflect what most agencies are doing. It's clarifying and ensuring that these things are happening. Documented process by which canceled visitation opportunities are regularly reviewed by a supervisor or facility manager, addressing the fact that visits can't be canceled arbitrarily. That was some of the public comment that we had heard. So again, putting it, back in the hands of the facility manager to have a process and a reason for when visits are canceled. So that's the BSCC recommendation, to take that revised regulation. And if you want to scroll to page 3, you can see the original CJCJ community recommendation. You can see how we combined some of those recommendations into that number 2 recommendation. So we would ask that the that the ESC take the BSCC staff's recommendation for revision and visitation.
I would ask to consider the ESC consider adding that facilities shall not cancel visitation except as necessary and only if narrowly tailored to further the legitimate security interests of the government, something along those lines, because I think that's still reasonable. It still takes into account concerns about staffing shortage, COVID risk. It's just saying you can't just cancel, but it's giving guidelines.
This was a tough one, I have to admit, based on the conversation and the thinking here. Again, I welcome everybody to add on to this discussion. What we talked about, and I apologize, I'm just going back through my notes here. The regulation as recommended puts it on the facility administrator to have the reasons why visitation would be canceled outlined up front so that it is clear. So essentially, when we're doing our inspections, what BSCC staff would be looking for when they got to the section, okay, show me your policy and process for canceling visitations. And if we saw something like, because we feel like it, for example, that would not be a good reason for canceling. I mean, I see why you want the narrowly tailored in there. There was some issues with that language. We did our best to wordsmith it. So I guess I would ask the ESC if they had any other recommendations or language that would help meet that need.
Yeah, I mean, the only suggestion I like this language and support it, but to kind of meet Pam a little halfway, the only thing we could is like maybe visiting opportunities are regularly reviewed, or a process by which canceled visitation opportunities are regularly reviewed and approved by a supervisor or facility manager. That kind of kicks the approval a little higher. The only problem is I don't know how that would impact the smaller county jails in California that have I guess it all determines what they define as a supervisor. A corporal could be a supervisor or the watch commander, so I don't know. That's the only thing I would suggest, to try to put a higher level of approval, but I just don't know how that would impact our most smallest county jail systems in California.
Or Alice, actually, you're on to a good point. Maybe changing that one are regularly reviewed, maybe to ensure that cancellation is necessary and related to legitimate security interests or something. Just reviewing for what? I guess that's the part that's missing.
Right.
So just to trigger that, hey, let's just make sure when BSCC comes in, looks at these, makes sure, okay, there was a legitimate reason. And I know you say you do that in practice, Allison. I would feel a little more comfortable if that was actually in regulation, that's why it's being reviewed.
Yeah, and I would echo that as well. I think that it's just not clear to Pamila's point what the review is actually going to do. And I would hate for this to end up just being just like a rubber stamping process of, okay, here's just like one more piece of paperwork, as opposed to it actually becoming a checkpoint, to ensure that that this process is actually meeting the needs of what we've been discussing and spending a lot of time talking about here in these meetings.
So what I'll ask for is if somebody has a really fantastic line, I hear what you're saying. If somebody has some language, we can pop it in now, or you can allow us as staff to come up with something and address that. Jerry, did you have a language that you
No, I would say maybe you can add a sentence. I just don't want to get too technical with it. I would recommend we don't get too technical with it, but maybe adding a sentence that visitations shall only be canceled when that's absolutely necessary. And that at least it doesn't tie the hands of facility administrators. They can determine it being necessary. But I think what Pam is trying to say is that we just don't want anybody just to arbitrarily just cancel them.
right. So what?
But I don't know if that's the best language. I would throw that out there.
Well, what about legitimate safety, security, facility needs? That's a term that we use a lot in regulation, and it might not be clear to lay people. However, it's a standard that facility administrators are held to on a regular basis, like legitimate. The term used to be penological interests, things like that. So if that's okay, we can certainly put that in there. And if everybody
we can do that. I mean, I have no issue. I don't know, Sheriff, what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that language, and I think it gives the facility administrator the latitude. And sometimes there's things that are of concern that go beyond riots and things like that, right? I mean, you could have a gas leak, or you could have a broken water main, or in the public bathroom. I mean, there's all these different things that might shut visiting down temporarily. And so you've got to have the ability to manage your facility.
Right. Especially with you got these video visitation. I mean, the technology, or it could be, and I know a health order would supersede the Title 15, but if a physician ordered it because of quarantine or isolation for communicable diseases, this wouldn't impact that either.
Right.
I think Eric was saying somebody.
And I
was just saying this works for me. I don't see any issue with that. I think we could talk about this for another 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But in reality, I think we're all saying we agree. So let's figure out how to move forward.
There you go.
And then Rick, I see your hand is up as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I agree as well. And the idea, I would just add a little bit: legitimate safety, security, and operation. Because I think what the sheriff was talking about, gas leaks, things like that, maybe that's safety, maybe it's not, but it does go to operation. And so I think that that's important to include.
That was perfect, Rick.
And Rick, you're definitely a person who's going to be able to help us with some of this language and defining it in terms that make sense, operationally and I guess constitutionally as well. So that works. If that works for everybody else, we can even throw that in on a break and pop that up when we come back.
Great.
Excellent. Thank you. We're gonna take public comment at the end of this section. So if people could please just hold their comments till we get through all of the material in this one section, that would be wonderful. Thank you. So the next section that we pulled off is 1067 telephone, access to telephone. And Lindsay will find the page. And then we'll also ask everybody to refer to the addendum document. So we did some wordsmithing based on the public comment, and we're recommending that the ESC take that recommendation. You can see that we expanded the regulation to include or communication devices, and also some of that, some of the language related to people having hearing or speech impairment. So you can read through that. Our recommendation would be that you accept this modification. Again, it's grounded in the discussion we had at the ESC, and also from public comment that we received.
I move to approve it.
Yeah, I don't have any objections to
I
it.
have no issues with it either.
Well
Wonderful.
written.
Thank
Works
you.
for me.
Excellent.
Great.
Thank you. Okay, so we will move on to the next one that was pulled off for discussion, 1069 inmate orientation. On the matrix, but also on page 9 on the addendum, same format. You can see that the BSCC recommendation is an amalgam of the original recommendation and then also public comment and discussion. So when that is up and available, you can take a look through there. A program for people newly admitted to the facility, time of placement and living area, written and verbal, accessible information, including with those with disabilities, limited literacy or limited English proficiency. And we would recommend taking that recommendation.
Yeah, Allison, I support that. I have no objections to this language.
No objections.
I support it as well.
Support.
Thank you. And then the next is grievances, 1073. Same thing. We have 3 recommendations on the addendum. The third one is the BSCC recommendation, which again is a combination of the original, the community input and the community's original recommendations, and the BSCC recommendation, which is on page 12. And we would certainly recommend approval of the recommendation, because it does include input from all of those groups. So again, this is for the inmate grievance procedure. All persons have the ability to submit an appeal, instructions for registering and appealing, including deadlines, process for submission, initial response, and not exceeding a period of 10 calendar days, and then provision for providing copies of the grievance to the incarcerated person.
The only question I have or concern is the 10 calendar day. It's never been established before. I think it's good to have an established date, but is 10 reasonable? Should it be a little longer? Because I'm sure the state, it's all over the place in California. So I don't know if that would be like an agency as big as Los Angeles, what kind of impact that would have on them for that tight of a time frame. I'm just not sure about that.
So yeah, I can speak to that. I completely support this in terms of it as written. I like the 10 calendar days, but I will say we're just a place like LA County, they're going to fail. They're rarely, if ever, going to make the 10 calendar days. So having said that, well, you can leave it in, but it's just going to constantly come up as deficient. I think, you know, 10 calendar days for maybe an emergent complaint or less, you know, we can have it a lot less than that, but for just a generic complaint, it's going to be very difficult to meet the 10
Yeah.
calendar days.
That's my greatest concern too, Eric. I'm just wondering if it should be, if we want to try to establish, we start more broadly, maybe it's 20 or 30 days, just to get established standard on there. I mean, 30 would be much more reasonable for an agency that big. It's usually those that they're issues that are coming up quite urgently. If there is one, they're not filing grievances on those. They're hitting the call button and talking to a deputy and getting a sergeant over there. So I don't think there's a risk of urgent issues going unnoticed. That's not going to happen. This process, as you know, is a very important process, but it can be somewhat abused as well. So I would like to see maybe 20 days or 30 days, something more reasonable to allow these large agencies a chance to meet the standard, because the last thing we want to do is establish a standard that we already know agencies are going to have a heck of a time meeting and they're going to be out of compliance. I just think it's a little unfair.
So I just,
oh, go ahead.
yeah, thank you. I did want to chime in about the grievance process and like moving out the timeline. I understand that there may be certain things that it may be hard to give an answer, like a final decision. But when we first discussed this was a way for people to know that it's even being recognized, right, at all, and that there are other processes with large counties like public records. Although that's different, they're required to give some kind of response within 10 days. Also, speaking as someone who has heard sheriff's offices use people not potentially filing a grievance as a reason to potentially not make certain changes, I think, you know, it can't go both ways, right? Because there are certain sheriff's offices that say, well, this doesn't necessarily seem to be something that we need to change urgently because we haven't had a lot of grievances that have been filed for X, Y, and Z issue. And so I can speak on behalf of you know, my team and other advocates that we work with. Oftentimes we encourage people to file grievances for that reason. And now it's what I'm hearing is, oh, well, the grievance process isn't necessary for certain issues that come up. And I think that for probably people who are incarcerated, for advocates, their family, and others, like they're being told to use the grievance process. So I don't, if we want to try to create some language in here that kind of demonstrates for urgent matters that there's going to be a shorter response process, I think that that's fine, but I don't think that we should completely upend this entire, you know, like 10 days just because there may be certain things that may take longer to have a final decision.
Then Rick and then Pamela. Thank you, Aubrey.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I understand the concern with having a specified period, but I also hear the concern about 10 calendar days. It's really a short turnaround, especially if you know, we're talking about medical or mental health grievances, and there may be institutions that have only skeleton staffs on the weekends to meet those emergent needs. They're not doing the routine kind of calls. They're not doing the administrative work on the weekends. So I would propose that we, instead of 10 calendar days, it'd be 15 business days, which gets us, I think, closer to what some other commenters were saying about, you know, reasonable time. But then it still does give a limit on when the response is due.
That's perfect.
Pamela?
I'll support it.
I can get behind that.
Pamela? You're not on.
I just realized that. I'm sorry, I was muted. No,
Oh,
I know we brought up larger counties. LA County actually has a 15-day requirement for investigating, resolving, responding 10 days for grievances against staff and 5 calendar days for emergencies. So, I mean, they're able to pull that off. So I just don't think, I don't want to move the bar out too far. And even within the BSCC's rationale, the investigation your staff did apparently show that many jails are providing initial response in less than 15 days. So I'm hoping we can come to a compromise, but I really would hate to see it go out exceeding norms, and especially if LA County,
Well, I
probably
think
the largest, can actually accomplish that.
Pam, what do you think about 15 business days? As you know, sometimes policies will say something, but the reality may be a little different. So I think this gives them the counties a fighting chance. We've made it 15 business days. That'll stress the urgency on it, and at the same time, we're being more reasonable, because it's a broad spectrum when it comes to jail systems. They're so different in many ways throughout California.
I mean, I think I would just recommend that we go with what the BSCC has recommended, the staff there, because it looks like they did research and put thought into it.
I would disagree. And I also think that, Pam, I think having something written and having it become reality are obviously two different things. The statement that LA County has that is accurate. The statement that they're complying with it is not accurate. So they have made that, and they found it very difficult to accomplish that. I think pushing it out to 15 still going to be difficult, but at least we have a chance.
And Sheriff Barnes, and then Lanesha.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, you know, the 15 business days sounds like a fair compromise. I will tell you that the 10 calendar days, what you're going to find is that departments are going to work to meet that, but the responses are not going to be meaningful. It's going to be an acknowledgement of receipt of the grievance, and we're working on it. And that's what they're going to get back within 10 calendar days. And it's not going to be meaningful at all. So I don't think 10 is going to get the job done if you want a meaningful response.
And Lanesha, did I see your hand up?
Yeah, I'm just wanted to go back to the argument was that Los Angeles County couldn't meet the 10-day need, right? But then she said that they are. And now we're seeing that the work, just making sure I'm understanding the work that they're reporting that they're doing is not meaningful because it's 10 days. Because the whole argument was that larger counties wouldn't be able to meet this need sufficiently. I'm just surprised that we would say that Los Angeles has this process, but they're not doing a great job with it. That's what I'm understanding here. That's the argument.
No, that's not the argument. That's just factual. I think it's great to have a 10-day turnaround like that. And maybe some systems can meet it. I just know that in LA County, that's beyond difficult. But if we want to keep it, we can keep it and let the review process do what it does, and they'll have to figure out a way to get more staffing or something like that. But I do believe the 15 business days makes it much more reasonable, in my opinion.
I could support 15 business days. San Bernardino Sheriff's Office would have a heck of a time meeting the 10 calendar days.
The only piece that I would add to the discussion is to just bring everybody's attention to the addition of the word initial in that section number 6. To me, and again, trying to look at it from the BSCC perspective and what we would be looking for in terms of inspection, what's important about that initial is that if I fill out a grievance and I turn it in, before 10 days, I have some sort of initial response, and hopefully there are mechanisms in place that perhaps I could have resolution within those 10 days. But the intent of that addition of that word initial is that within 10 days, I know that somebody's gotten my grievance and that it is being worked on in whatever, that next number 7, whatever the provision for resolving not questions of jurisdiction, resolving the grievance, what's the next step? I need to understand that as well, but that initial response comes to me within 10 days. I don't know if that helps or changes, just kind of trying to move this in a good.
Allison, I hear what you're saying, but I think going back to my point, like, as we develop with technology, and if we're using tablets, for example, and we're filing grievances on tablets, well, if you get a generated response once you file the grievance that says, thank you, your grievance has been received and will be reviewed in a timely manner, well, that's an initial response, right? But I don't think that's the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish here. I think what we're trying to accomplish is, how long is it going to take someone to look at it and do something meaningful to get it, the problem, being resolved in the right direction. And in most cases, that's not going to happen within 10 calendar days. So I think, again, we're putting something in there that's going to set us up to not meet the intent of what we're trying to, or the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish, which is meaningful, interaction with the person filing the grievance. And so if all you're looking for is a rubber stamp that says received, here you go, then, of course, but that's not what we're trying to accomplish.
Did I see a hand up?
No, I was just saying the same thing, like the sheriff just mentioned, so no need to repeating it. That was the same thought I had.
So I hear 15 days. We have 10 up there. We did do some looking into and some research on best practice. There is currently no timeline in the BSCC regulation. So when we talk about an agency having a 10 or a 15-day timeline, that's theirs. They need to comply with their own policy, but they wouldn't be out of compliance with BSCC regulations. Now, if this goes in here 15 days, then we will be looking for that initial response. Camila?
Maybe we could say provision for an initial and meaningful response within a reasonable time limit, which shall not exceed a period of 15 business days. And then that way it does address, it isn't just a rubber stamp, but it gives more time.
Thoughts on that? We can add that.
So it isn't just like, oh, thanks, we got it.
Yeah, and I think that's more towards the intent, but meaningful is subjective, right? So it may not be meaningful to the person that filed the grievance, but it might suffice from the correction side, right? So just be careful with subjective language like that.
You could take out that word initial, and then just leave it as provision for response. And that implies, I hope, that's my belief, and hope that it would be meaningful, without having to use the words. Right?
We could also maybe add some other language, a response that outlines this, the specifics, the specific facts or something like that were addressed in the grievance, because at that point, someone's actually going to have to read the grievance in order to actually outline what those issues are. Obviously if you have someone trying to use a drop down, but in order to actually address the issues that were outlined in the grievance, you're going to need someone to actually review the grievance. And then we could also potentially add something in that language around a provision of a response that has been reviewed by a supervisor, been reviewed by so that also takes out the automated possibility within the intent of what we're trying to do here as well.
I think maybe to move this along, remove the word initial, but put the period of 16 business days. So that way it's a meaningful response within 15 business days, and it's being realistic of the grievance process. As many people who manage jails understand how much time that can take. That allows the opportunity for the agency to meet the standard, 15 business days, and they're going to get initial response or response anyway. So within that time frame. So I think business days would be fine. And if you want to remove the word initial to take away that automatic generated response, but you're still giving the agency time to do it meaningfully in business days, I think that's a good compromise suggestion.
I agree with removing the initial, but I actually now feel more strongly about it adding some other language. So
Well, then we can just kill it altogether, I guess, because I don't know if all of us are the same on that, but I
Why
think
would
we're
we kill
trying to
it?
establish the standard. It's good. I think we need to put a day standard.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone's arguing with you about the days. I think at this point, what I'm concerned about, we're having this conversation here, but there are going to be other people who are going to be implementing this who aren't a part of this conversation. And I think without a little bit more clarity about what we mean by response, then we risk us doing this work here without having like reviewed by a supervisor. I think that's the intent of what we're trying to actually reach here.
But great. The only-
So Allison, what I was suggesting is that we add maybe either language about what the response, what it should be responding to, or that it should be reviewed by like an actual person, like a supervisor or someone like that.
The only thing I'll read is a little bit to share. So the intent of this process is to handle at the lowest level possible. So a great majority of grievances aren't even reviewed by a supervisor. They're handled at a much lower level. So I think it'd be problematic if we try to stovepipe the system, a jail system, by requiring everything to go to a supervisor. You may have one sergeant for a whole jail. And I want that sergeant walking around, talking to inmates, seeing what their staff are doing and not being bogged down to review resolve grievances. So that's why I oppose to add the supervisor language.
Okay, I mean, fine. Maybe it doesn't have to be a supervisor. I think it needs to be reviewed by a person. I think that was the issue that had come up before. I'm not trying to argue with you on that, but I also said that I wanted to potentially remove the issue of them getting an automated response. So this isn't, I'm not trying to go back and forth with you. I was trying to talk to Allison about suggested language in order for us to meet a compromise. We've already changed the days from 10 calendar days to 15 business days. And I think now the issue that is still kind of outstanding is ensuring that the response isn't an automated one. So Allison, what I am asking is whether or not you think that there's language that would help us to get to that point.
I think that there is. What I would ask is that we can take it back and maybe kind of see where it fits in. There's a couple places where it could make sense. I'm looking at instructions for registering and appealing a grievance, resolution of the grievance at the lowest appropriate staff level. Staff are encouraged to deal with grievances, as they come in, rather to take care of issues rather than have them escalate, with the thought being that escalation process is there to protect people who have legitimate concerns. So I think that's where the supervisory review comes in. And I also want to talk to some people on my team, because most policies and procedures related to grievances, it's built in. That supervisory response is built in as it escalates. So all that to say is I think there's space for it, and based on actual practices in the field. If we could just recommend that to staff to kind of figure out where. So we are going to change it to 15 business days and leave initial in, is that correct? And I think
that we all agreed that initial could be removed, but with the understanding that we need staff to add language that will ensure that, to Pamila's point, and to what I think others were saying as well, including myself, is that we don't want this to be a rubber stamp process, and we also want to make sure it's meaningful. And I think that maybe the way to do that is to ensure that there's an actual person who is
right. And maybe there's even a way to, again, we have members of our team, here with us. If, it's excluding automated response or like either one or the other. We can figure something out.
You know what, Allison, listening to Aubrey, I think she's onto a good idea with maybe we add the 15 days, keep the initial, but maybe there'll be something kind of similar what we did security checks where they have to be periodically audited by a supervisor. just to see, you know, something simple like that, where it just, and it could be just, they put a system in place to do that, because it's never a bad idea to have a supervisor. You know, just having a process where a supervisor is just taking a sample of them, and that'll ensure that the quality of the responses are appropriate and that the staff are behaving appropriately as well. So maybe that's a way of meeting in the middle, something you guys can look at.
I think that's absolute, and there's precedent for language like that in other regulations. So give us a chance to wordsmith it a little bit and we'll get back to you, hopefully. Break. Okay, so 15 days, I'm sorry, we're leaving initial in, correct? Okay, all right, thank you very much. Thank you, and we'll get something back to you. Okay, the next one, starting with section 1081, this is, I'm going to explain this. It's over a bunch of different regulations and a bunch of different pages, but I'm going to say it's 1081 et al. So the regulations dealing with discipline, what we are recommending, I don't have the exact language in front of us, but what we're recommending is that the ESC accept the work group recommendations for all of the revisions related to discipline. And then we did some research into the use of this disciplinary diet, and then also remove all references to the disciplinary diet in any other regulations. So removing the disciplinary diet as a choice for discipline. So the regulations would look like you see there, but we would start to take out all references to the disciplinary separation diet. Even the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation has ceased use of the disciplinary diet. And again, based on our research, it does seem like a time to do away with that. So again, BSCC recommendation to take the work group recommendations and eliminate use of the disciplinary diet in Title 15 regulations.
I'll just say from Sacramento County's perspective, we used to have this prior to a disciplinary diet prior to our negotiations that ended up in our consent decree. And I think it was appropriate for us to agree early on in that to remove the diet as a possibility. So I'm supportive of the removing it here as well. And I think that whether it's constitutionally allowed or not, it certainly inflames people that hear about it. I think it sends the wrong message to the community at large and certainly the inmates. So I'm supportive of that.
And it is a documented best practice. And again, I haven't used this line much in this meeting. We were directed, I can't express how strongly we were directed by the governor to make sure that these Title 15 regulations align with best practices. There isn't always this like clear, bright, blinking best practice for every single operation, but this is one objectively that is a best practice across the nation. So that's what we're proposing based on discussion and our research.
Yeah, I would support that recommendation.
So again, I don't have the regulation that you'll see because we'll work to pull all of those out. And in your matrix, you'll see the following regulations that have to do with discipline will look like the work group recommendation, and then we will take out the reference to the disciplinary diets. Any questions or comments or concerns by the ESC? So if we can move forward with the disciplinary isolation diet, separation diet, disciplinary diet. What that does is that gets us just about halfway through what we need to get through in the Title 15 piece. I recommend taking a 5-minute stretch break. What we'll do is we'll come back and start with the regulations that we stopped at last time. Again, I can't say enough how fantastic of a job Ginger and Lindsay did with pulling together these recommendations. They made this work so much easier and incredibly meaningful. So I just want to continue to thank them so much for their hard work. And it's evident that they did such a good job because we're moving through this stuff. So let's take a 5-minute break. We're going to start at, I believe it's in the health sections.
Yeah, I had us stopping at 1200 last time.
Yeah, so we're going to start with the health sections, and yeah, we'll pick it up at, it's 10:24. Why don't we just call it even and come back at 10:30? I'll give you an extra minute, so a 6-minute stretch break. And we'll see you in just a few minutes. Thank you. right, everybody. Oops, I went a minute over my self-imposed break time. So it is 12:31. We will get started. And so we're gonna start with the health care procedures manual, which we had started to discuss. So we are at the point where we stopped. Thank you everybody for getting us through the material that we've gotten through so far. I was really confident that we'd get through it. We do have some heavy lifting, but I'm confident that using this method and the work that Ginger and Lindsay have done, that will continue to move through like this. So over in that far right-hand column, what we're going to start doing is filling in the ESC action, accept or do not approve, things like that. So starting with section 1206, and you can see it up on the screen, the discussion was related to timely care. So using the discussion that we had in our last meeting, what we're proposing and recommending that in section R, we add within 1 week of request. So to bound that timely and appropriate medical mental health screenings for people that have reported sexual abuse or harassment. So that's the BSCC recommendation.
I want to confirm what the screening is you're talking. This is for, because the NCCHC standard is I think within 14 days for a health assessment. That's not what we're talking about here, right?
Correct. This is for people that have reported sexual abuse or
okay.
harassment. It is very specifically tied to medical and mental health screening for persons who have experienced assault.
Okay.
Hey, Allison, I would just say, I don't like things like 1 week, because that could be 5 days or 7 days,
Okay.
depending on your preference, right? So I would just prefer that it be defined in number of calendar days.
So Lindsay, would you mind getting into that document? And then if it's 7 days, if we can type in within 7 days of request, and then you can all see what that looks like. And we'll try to do that moving forward. If that makes sense and you see it, it looks good, we can move forward with that. Is that what you were thinking?
Yeah, I just, I don't like subjective language. It creates controversy later.
Fair, very fair. So if that looks good, we would recommend approving that with the changes.
Yes.
I don't have any objection. I was just going to ask for a point of clarification. Once we're done with the ESC, do we have to open each of these up to public comment? Or
So
do we
we're
wait till the end?
So we're in section 2. Going. So there's no like rule about when and how you do public comments. We're trying to keep it in each section so it makes sense.
Fair enough.
So yeah, okay.
Is this one where we want to add business days again, or so? I don't know. I was just asking.
I think 7 days is much more than appropriate. I mean, it's a highly it's a tough situation. I think 7 days. Most agencies, even if they don't have 24/7 medical and mental health care, do have access within those 7 days. And I think it would be reasonable to, if somebody were experiencing that type of crisis, to have access within 7 days. It's my feeling.
Thank you.
So if that's good, we can ask the ESC, we can mark that as approved with changes and then move on to the next one. Thank you. So the next one, again, we've approved 1207. So 1208 is the next one, access to treatment. What we're getting into now, if BSCC staff, did we do that? I'm sorry, 1208 we did, I believe. Is that correct? Anybody want to check me on that? I think you did approve that one. Because we also got through 1208.5, 1210, and that leads us to 12 40, which is frequency of serving. So what the BSCC team did here, you can see the BSCC recommendation. It's a little bit different from the original work group recommendation. And this is based on the public comment that we got between our meetings. So you can see the recommendation, it's down there a little bit further, and it spans 2 pages. What we're recommending in temporary holding facilities, if you could scroll down just a little bit. So in temporary holding facilities, food shall be, sorry about that. Okay, so, sorry, I'm reading this again. I'm gonna have you read the recommendation, the BSCC recommendation on the bottom there for frequency of serving. And I do see there is a public comment. We're gonna come back to public comments at the end of this section. So it's about supplemental food if more than 14 hours pass between meals. And supplemental food being served to people on medical diets less than the time frame outlined above if prescribed by the responsible physician. So it does differ from the public comments, but that was the language based on the research that our team did. So any questions or comments, or moving to accept that the BSCC recommendation? Okay, so we'll mark that as approved and then move on to the next one, which is a really lengthy one. It's the minimum diet. The first recommended change that BSCC is making is just taking out some of the references to dietary guides that don't exist any longer. So updating to the current guidance for dietary recommendations. And then moving further along, changing the word should to shall in terms of, oh, I'm sorry, I went to the wrong column. I apologize. So moving down onto page 49, a lot of it is related to updating to the current nutritional guidelines. Sorry, there's a lot of information on the matrix. I'm always so hopeful that people read it beforehand. And again, that final column that we're looking at is the BSCC recommended changes. So I would ask the ESC to make a recommendation for approval, or any for approval based on the changes that the BSCC staff has made.
The only comment I have is on the shall be served. I think it was kind of subjective to begin with, the language which said wide variety of food, which is very subjective.
Yeah,
But-
we're not recommending that. That was the public comment.
Oh,
Sorry
okay.
about that.
Thank you.
Yeah. My eyes went to the other column. Sorry about that, Jerry.
My comment was the same as Jerry's, but we've clarified that. So I'm fine with the recommendations from the BSCC.
Agreed.
Any
Any
other
other-
comments? No other comments?
I don't see any hands raised, so
Sounds good.
lost my screen again. So the next one would be section 1241 menus. And in this recommendation, we are taking, you can see that BSCC staff, based on looking into these regulations, are recommending the approval of the suggested language in public comment, ensure that hot food requirements are being met. And then in the next page, recommending that any variations in the menu continue to meet caloric recommendations set forth. So if the facility changes a menu, that it still meets all of the requirements that are outlined in that section 1241. So we're recommending those changes be adopted.
Yeah, I would agree with those.
Yeah, I support that.
Okay. Any other comments or recommendations from the ESC? And again, what we're doing is we're taking, there's no requirement for a formal vote, especially if we have consensus. So I want to just make sure that everybody understands when I don't hear any other comments, what I hear is consensus, and just make sure we're all on the same page about that. So the next section is 1243, food service plan. And adding some language based on some public comment that food preparation includes that if there's contaminated, expiring, obvious signs of spoilage, otherwise not fit for human consumption, that those specific requirements are included in the food services plan. So again, we would recommend approval of that section. And this is, to be clear, this is already in the California Retail Food Code, but then just again, clarifying it and making sure that it's outlined in regulation.
I support that.
It makes sense to me.
Me too.
So
There
the
was, I'm sorry, quickly, there was
Okay.
just something that was brought up from public comment about food not being served on the floors or made accessible for consumption within 5 minutes of service.
That's
Just
in the
wondering.
next one.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no, that's okay. So if we are okay, and I hear consensus on 1243, we'll move to 1246, and the public comment that you're talking about, Pamela, is in that next section, 1246. So we recommended taking the original regulation as is and not making changes, but you can see that there was public comment related to applicable retail food code not being served on floors and accessible within consumption within 5 minutes of service. This was a tough one based on the subjectivity of some of those. I mean, the floor isn't a subjective thing. However, sounds like there might be some discussion related to it. And the regulations already do require that agencies comply with the retail food code. So just want to be sure. We have the way the OAL process works is that there's incorporation by reference, and those codes are referenced in our regulation. So it would be duplicative to include much more reference to that. Any comments or discussion on this one? I see Jerry's hand up, and I know Pamela had some discussion about that.
Yeah, just real quick, and like you mentioned, the regulatory agencies that maintain the standards in each county have these rules as well as what you're talking about. I think the 5 minutes of service language is problematic. I think it should be removed. I think as long as it meets the standards of the manual that we're following here, the codes, and the local health department, I don't think we should be adding an additional restrictions or standards on it.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Chair Barnes?
Yeah, I agree. I guess I'm hung up on what the word service means. Is that when the meal is prepared and put on the tray, or is that when it's physically served to the person? So that's my first question, because
I think that's a tough one.
if it's at the time you serve them and they wait 5 minutes, that's on them.
Right.
And then going back to D, which is meals shall not be served on floors. I know that's a safety cell, probably reference. And so if you physically hand the person the tray and they choose to sit on the floor and eat it, that not meeting the definition of that. And so I would just suggest those both be taken out of there.
I agree.
And to clarify, they're not currently in there. Those were the recommendations by the ACLU. And so the over on the left-hand side is the original, or rather in that column, B would be the end of that section in 1246. So approval would mean that the regulation stays as is, and we wouldn't add those two things to this section.
I support that.
Yeah, that would be my recommendation.
Any other comments or agreement, disagreement by the ESC? Okay, so hearing none, the ESC would approve keeping the regulation as is. This is going to be an easy one because section 1247, what we will do is eliminate this regulation. So approval would mean we delete it. It's that easy, and you've already agreed to delete the term, the reference to disciplinary separation diet. So this would go away entirely, if that makes sense. And I see that one of the things that I do want to draw attention to, the BSCC recommendation, is that what we would do is add some language that modifications to diet shall not be used for disciplinary reasons. All meals shall be nutritionally balanced and conform to the standard. So we would plunk that up in the prohibitions on disciplinary section, if that makes sense. So we'd strike this regulation 1247 and then add that chunk of language up into the disciplinary regulations prohibiting use of the disciplinary separation diet. So we recommend approving this.
I support that.
Excellent. So the next section is 1248, medical diets. And some of the recommendations from the public comment was to include reference to pregnant or lactating inmates. They are, and also some older adults, those requirements are incorporated into the dietary guidelines for Americans, which are already incorporated by reference into those documents. Certainly, I think we could make, add the word pregnant and lactating, but certainly there are dietary requirements in the dietary guide that the dietitians must use in the facilities that include those individuals. So I'm revising the recommendation a little bit. We should add and lactating women, since we have pregnant, and actually it should be people. We made that change earlier. So pregnant and lactating people shall be provided a balanced, nutritious diet approved by a doctor. And that would be the one change made. So ask for approval on that.
I would support approving that.
Same.
Agreed.
No issue.
And I know I've said this before, you'll still see references to terms that we've already had the ESC approved. So when you see references to inmate or maybe gender identity or expression, as staff will go through and make sure we get all of those. So try not to be too alarmed if you see terms that you've already chosen to change. We'll take care of that administratively. Fantastic. So I hear approval on 1248, and then we would move on to 1260, which is standard institutional clothing. We have a recommendation. The ESC did approve the term clean in definition, so that's in there. So the recommendation that we're making is to add to the bottom of that section, all issued clothing must be clean, free of holes and tears. Individuals shall be able to select the garment type more compatible with their gender identity and gender expression. And you're 150% right, Camila, when you brought that up. those terms appear. So we'll make sure to include those definitions in the definitions. Those make sense. So any comments or questions on that one?
Nope.
Fantastic. So we'll move that one
Here.
along. Was there a question? I'm sorry.
No, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Okay, so 1260, we would move to approve with the BSCC language, recommended language. 1261 and 1262. These are identical. It's just using that same language you just approved in that section for standard clothing, for special clothing, and for clothing exchange. Clean, free of holes and tears. Clean, free of.
The only thing, Allison, is you have an additional word added on 62, so we need to make sure it matches the other definition, because you have free of stains in there, and clothing will have stains from time to time. I think as long as it's clean, free of holes and tears, that's reasonable, but you're getting a little picky there with some stains.
Thoughts on that?
I think realistically, he's right. It's going to be very difficult to have free of holes and tears. I think it's a great final objective. I don't know that it's 100% reasonable, but in a perfect world, it's decent wording.
So I'm going to hesitantly jump in a little bit and bring some of the experience of the juvenile regulations. Now, I know, as many of you do, the difference in juvenile detention facilities and adult detention facilities. And this has been an item of discussion for many, many years. And again, understanding and appreciating the difference. There had been a push to issue clean, new underwear to people coming into juvenile detention facilities. And for years, there were compromising language made around, free of holes, free of tears, and free of stains. I can't even tell you how many conversations I've had and legal conversations about what's free of stains means is with reference to undergarments. So some of that is based on, those discussions in the past. There was some public comment related to issuing new underwear, which is a really difficult thing to do. So we added that as sort of a recognition, and the discussions are related to humanity and dignity. So again, just adding some of the discussion that we've had for many, many, many years in the juvenile realm. Just again, you'd be surprised how long you can talk about that. But
I recommend removing free of stains language in there. The juvenile standards are much different and much more extensive than adult. And I think we're moving a lot of progress forward, but I think that's a little bit much.
Gotta get me. What? Excuse.
Could we maybe have the underwear part, like undergarments, be not stained? I'm sorry, I could see like a top, even pants, how they can get stains that they're really hard, and you don't want to have to, but maybe undergarments, like our underwear, that just seems, I don't know, like a compromise.
And some of that clarification, again, I don't have the whole regulation in front of me right now. I definitely see a difference between all clothing, free of stains, as opposed to undergarments. That discussion, and again, not suggesting that we, take the whole juvenile regulations, but that discussion of free of stains should be specific to undergarments. Aubrey?
Yeah, and I was thinking too, I think that there's also a difference between like a minor stain versus like something that's clearly, you know, like
How
a
about
main-
substantially stain-free? That's
right. Yeah, I think that like if it's substantially stain-free, then that, you know, kind of covers like some of the stains that may be hard to remove, but it's not just like allowing for it just to be a free for all.
I think I would support that. I think that works. Otherwise, we're never going to get out of this, and it makes sense. So.
So making sure that it's clear that we're talking about undergarments and substantially stain-free, and we can certainly, you know, just make sure in the, you know, that it's equal to what we discussed in the juvenile regulations. We've talked about it for years, so yeah. So we can do that, make sure that it's relative to undergarments, and we can use substantially stain-free.
Hey, Allison, I'm sorry, I don't want to bog the conversation down, but you mentioned this has been discussed for years. So my question is, from a regulatory perspective, how do you inspect this? Is it you're going through the clothing racks, or like how you're not physically examining the incarcerated person, I'm assuming, right? So I guess I'm just questioning the whole need for all of this. I know I consider myself to be a reasonable person. If somebody brought something to me that was soiled or stained, I would throw in the trash and get them a new pair, which goes back to the grievance process, right? So I guess I'm just trying to figure out how this
That's
is
a great question.
relatable on your end, I guess.
So it's a fantastic question. And not to get way too technical, but the medical mental health and nutrition and the environmental health standards where these fall, the local health officer actually does the inspection annually, and it's in the health and safety code. So technically, they have the subject matter expertise to make sure that they're meeting the California Retail Food Code and all of those other environmental health regulations. So the first part is that your local health officer will make sure that you're in compliance with this. And what we've done as we're enhancing our inspection process is that we're pulling out regulations where you wouldn't necessarily need subject matter expertise, where the subject matter expertise that our field reps have, you know, suffices to find compliance with that. And so, you know, people can reach me, you know, on my phone if they can't speak up, but we do walk into property rooms and clothing exchange spaces, and it would require, you know, picking up clean garments and looking at them, and there would be a reasonableness associated with it. If you picked up undergarments that were just atrocious, you know, number one, you would hope that somebody in the facility would do just as you said, Sheriff Barnes, but number two, again, we have access to those spaces. We'd see the clothing exchange, we'd be able to pick up some pieces, and you could objectively call somebody out of compliance if they had a stack of really gross undergarments. Hopefully that helps. And again, I encourage people from my team to.
You know, Allison, I sat on the last ESC. This hasn't come up that I can remember. I've been paying attention to these for a lot of years. Maybe the juvenile realm and not the adult. I just think it's too subjective to put such language in. I understand where you guys are coming from, and I completely get it, but it's so subjective, and it's kind of like it's like a paper tiger. I mean, really, I don't think it's necessary in there, honestly.
And I know that this is probably not the best timing for my comment, but I actually was talking about all clothing, not just undergarment. I think that clothing in general should be substantially stain-free. So, yeah, I think that undergarments, I mean, without us getting into like the nitty of that conversation, definitely should be like stain-free, but I was really talking about all clothing. And I could even if, and I hear that some of these things may not have come up in the past, but we're also here now, and we're having these conversations now to make sure that we do better, and that we are taking into consideration all the information that we have available, the things that we're hearing within, from maybe our clients, from community partners, advocates, people who are giving public comment. And I do think that it's worth us considering like undergarments at the very least being stain free, and other clothing being substantially stain free.
So I don't want to assume non-consensus, but what I would like to recommend is that we can look as staff a little bit more closely at best practices in adult detention facilities, understanding that the conversation that we're having here, it would follow the same format that you've entrusted with us in the past, and we've come up with some good results. So based on that conversation and taking a look at and understanding the vast difference between adult and juvenile facilities, coming back with some language maybe to consider.
Yeah, I mean, I would support that. And Aubrey, I completely appreciate your perspective, but I can also kind of give you the real world correctional perspective, is that some inmates, not all, but some will intentionally spill food on their clothing every day to get a new set of clothing. They will point to this section. They will file excessive grievances. And my only recourse is going to be to discipline them for destruction of jail property, which seems counterproductive. And so there needs to probably be a little bit of a compromise here and a happy medium. So maybe Allison's group can come back with some other language that we can look at.
And we're happy to do that if that makes sense. I want to make sure. I know there is public comment. We're going to take that at the end, seeing if the ESC has any other suggestions. So we'll pull this off and look at some best practices related to that. And hopefully we'll talk about next steps later, not get hung up on that. But if that's okay, we'll do that and then move on to the next one, which is related to clothing. 1263 clothing supply. The BSCC recommendation is that we put the word clean in there. And again, this is related to the supply of clothing. There was some public comment related to similar language, but that will be addressed in the issuance of clothing. So this is related to the supply of clothing that the facility has on hand. We're recommending that we add the language clean because we added that definition, and leave the rest of the regulation as is.
I would support that.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the ESC? Thank you. So the next one is the issuance of personal care items. This was actually edited heavily based on some litigation related to feminine hygiene products in detention facilities. And so what BSCC staff are recommending, you can see, although I'm seeing something else that somebody might catch before I do, we're recommending the language, each person shall be provided with as many feminine hygiene products, which are outlined in the regulation with no maximum allowance. And then also personal care items shall be issued within the first 12 hours of housing assignment. I'm going to make the recommendation that based on some of the inclusive language that we've changed, that we change the term female to more inclusive language. So as staff will do that and make sure it's consistent with other terminology we're using in the regulation. So again, no maximum allowance on feminine hygiene products, and personal care items shall be issued within the first 12 hours of housing. So those are very much related to the public comment that came in related to this regulation. Any comments or questions or?
I'm good.
Okay, we can move that along. Not hearing any questions or comments. Thank you. That's 1265. We would move on to showering. 1266. We're recommending taking the public comments as was proposed. At no point shall an inmate be prohibited from showering for more than 48 hours. So that's the regulation. If agreed upon, we can move that on as approved.
Allison, I have one question. I mean, I think that makes sense, but is it appropriate to have absent exigent circumstances? I mean, there will be, we've seen it in the past year and a half where quarantines and isolation make moving difficult. I just hate to create something that creates a hard and fast rule that doesn't allow for those situations that will arise that make that not only impossible, but also impractical at times.
I agree. Right.
Yeah, I would put that back out to the ESC. I don't see any issue with adding language about absent exigent circumstances. And certainly I feel like we have experience certainly with the lockdowns and you know, what to do in the event of quarantine. And this has come up quite a bit. I don't think it's bad to put in absent exigent circumstances, and perhaps, you know, people can offer their opinion or experiences, you know, from the last year and a half related to that. It's been a year and a half, right? I think so. And Pamela had your hand up as well.
My concern with that is that the feedback we got was that 83% of survey from CJCJ, 83% of survey respondents feel that they had basic resources withheld as a form of discipline, one example of which included showers during a 16-day lockdown. And I just think I think that's why they wanted this included, because they saw an abuse of that rationale to something that's pretty, I think, essential for mental health.
And
hygiene.
Yeah, and that was, you know, the original recommendation. What I think we're, you know, kind of on the table is just ensuring that, you know, there is operational flexibility. I mean, I certainly can see both sides, especially, I mean, we have so much more experience with pandemics now. Who'd have thunk it? Sheriff Barnes?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm probably overthinking this. So I just want to clarify that the wording shall an inmate be prohibited from showering. So the emphasis there is that they're making the request and we're telling them no, and we can't do that, right? There's no obligation to offer it to them. And I'm thinking specifically of those mental health folks that, you know, may be in a situation where they're in distress, maybe in a safety cell. I certainly don't want to fight them to pull them out and force them to shower, right? So this is an inmate initiated request to shower and us saying no. That's what we're discussing prohibiting, right?
That's correct. Yeah, the regulation is is permissive in that sense. You know, people need to be able to shower or bathe at least every other day, but, you know, on that every other day, you can't say no. And I think, you know, to get into and I don't want to get too deep into, you know, operations, but, and I'm not, you know, a healthcare provider or currently running a jail. So if there is a legitimate reasons, not safety and security, are related to COVID or isolation or movement or staffing, and those are all legitimate reasons. I mean, they obviously should be documented because, you know, the worst thing that could happen, not the worst thing, but, you know, one of the things that could happen is litigation. So
Right.
being able to justify why you prohibited. So I guess that's the question on the table. Like, nobody should be denied that shower at all, with the exception of exigent circumstances that we've talked about here. So it's really up to the group about what is more comfortable.
I think what Rick had mentioned, exigent circumstances, or maybe even to meet halfway with Aubrey and Pam a little bit, maybe if that does occur, requires a documentation of some sort. You know what I mean? So that way it's not just arbitrarily being done.
Any prohibition shall be documented. Any denial of shower, something
Just
like that.
something basic that basically gives the jail administrator the ability to run it his or her jail.
Right.
You know, I don't really like the word shall and when we don't have to use it. You know, I see what we're trying to get here, but there has to be some flexibility for these types of things. The sheriff made mention, what Rick is making mention, and needs to give the jail administrator the ability to run their facility.
So absent exigent circumstances
And maybe and approved by a supervisor then, so we don't create more logs. So maybe instead of document or creating more logs, it's created by a supervisor of some sort.
if it were me, yeah, I don't want to say too much. You know, I don't want to do too many if it were me, but I think that this is a basic right. If I were a facility manager, I'd want it documented, especially if it were in. I hear what you're saying, Jerry.
Yeah,
about
I'm okay with that too, if that's going to get this moving forward.
Yeah. Any other thoughts? So what we would do is add the language absent exigent circumstances, approved by a supervisor and documented. And we can use similar language as is used in regulations if the ESC is okay with that.
I'm good with that.
Great, thank you. Okay. Next is section 1270 standard bedding and linen issue. We as BSCC staff for the first two are recommending that the ESC approve what's in current regulation. Specifically for that line 2, temporary holding facilities they're not authorized to hold people past 24 hours. So we don't see it doesn't feel accurate to require them to provide bedding prior to the first night when they're not authorized to hold people over 24 hours. And then down into, there's a lot of sections in here. If we could scroll down to the next page, dealing with standard issue of bedding and linens. BSCC staff are recommending that we accept the work group recommendation and add that items A, B, and D shall be provided prior to the first night in the facility. That makes sense. And then the remainder of the regulations would be to accept the work group recommendations. So I see that Jerry has his hand up.
Yeah, we skipped through the other page, and maybe it's because it's not going to be added, but the only I don't want to, I have no issue with giving the jail administrator the choice of providing sheets or a sleeping bag in absence, but not at the recommendation, not at the request of an inmate, because as you know, the jail systems have to order substantial amount of laundry to meet the regs and to give them clean stuff. But we're not operating big five sporting goods stores to have sleeping bags for those who want them and mattresses for those who don't. I have no issue giving the option to the commander, but not at the request of inmates. Unless that's not being added, and I just spoke a lot for
Not
nothing.
being added. No,
All
we're
right,
not
all right.
recommending. So this, I do want to, so this is a little confusing even for me. And again, just keeping in mind how long we've been looking at these regulations, like line number 4 and line number 5, it's the same regulation, just 2 different recommendations. So really, if you could go to line 3, paragraph 3, that is the one that BSCC staff is recommending approval of, that not adding the language about at the request of the person, but adding that the items that the mattress and cover sheet, blankets are provided before the first night in the facility. Comments on that or recommendations by the ESC? And hearing none, so what we would do is add that recommendation you can see there on page 69 of 71, and then the rest of the regulation would stay as is. One more in this section, if we're good with that, and I believe we are. Section 1271, bedding and linen exchange. We recommend adding to this regulation, mattresses shall be free of holes and tears. So that's, again, in line with best practice and in line with some of the public comment. So is that for consideration? Hearing no questions and seeing no hands, we can mark that as approved. That gets us through our second section, which are the substantive revisions. So we do want to open up this section for public comment. Again, please, I know there are some hands up. Thank you so much for your patience. We'll ask Tina and Tamika to go through our public comment, again, related to this section, and then I'm going to recommend, open to discussion, but I'm going to recommend that we do our public comment and then we start with the next section to just keep momentum a little bit before we take our lunch break. So opening it up to public comment, please.
There was Avalon earlier. I'm not sure if it's still available.
Okay, I see Avalon and I see Daisy as well. Thank you very
Correct.
much for your patience. Thank you.
Okay,
Oh.
is Avalon there?
Yeah.
Hi, yeah, can you all hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
please, go ahead.
So just to clarify, this is to cover everything that you all have talked about, starting from the beginning of this meeting?
No, this is, so the section 2 is covering the items in this particular matrix, which is the substantive revisions. So anything that we've talked about in that section.
So, but isn't that everything that's been discussed today, basically, besides the
No, we did the
gender and
definition.
outdoor definitions?
We did the definitions in the beginning. That was section 1, and we opened it up for public comment. And we had a question about public comment in that public comment, but no other public comment. We're going to take up outdoor in Title 24.
Okay, just for reference, as somebody who's interested in giving public comment on multiple of the things that have been talked about in this section, I think it would have made a lot more sense for public comment to go after each item was discussed, because now I'm going to be going back and entering conversations that have already happened. But that being said, just wanted to advocate for safety checks being conducted every 30 minutes at a minimum instead of 60. A whole lot can happen in 60 minutes, and as a minimum standard, I don't think that's sufficient. In terms of visits and not revoking visits for arbitrary reasons, I would really highly recommend that the working group take a look at AB 990, which has passed through the legislature this legislative session, which specifically worked through some of these questions for CDCR. And I think it would be a useful reference for the BSCC in creating these regulations that kind of outline what it defines an unreasonable excuse for denying a visit, such as like not being able to deny a visit as discipline if the thing that the person did wasn't related to visitation, for example. And so definitely AB 990, I think could be a useful reference for that. In terms of the grievance procedure, I think 15 business days is an insanely long amount of time. That's 3 full weeks. And I think, as all of us know, the issues that people file grievances for fall on a spectrum of urgency, right? So like, yes, the most urgent things will need to be met immediately, but like there's so many other things that people file grievances for that can't wait 3 weeks. And so having that be the required time frame. Sorry.
Oh, we're just coming up upon a minute. So if you could wrap up, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Okay. It's difficult to fit. You guys have been talking for a few hours, so it's hard to get all that feedback in a couple minutes. But besides that, I think the conversation about clothing and underwear being quote unquote substantially stain-free is an insult to just the straight up humanity of incarcerated people. I'd like everybody on the ESC to imagine someone giving you underwear that's not only been used by somebody else, but has stains on it, and that being the minimum standard is that that's fine. I just feel like that's completely inhumane treatment, and agree with Aubrey and what she said about all clothes being substantially stain-free. And I believe undergarments must be new. I mean, that's just, I can't even believe that that's a debate that's being had here. And the same thing goes for showers. In every 48 hours, there is no outlying circumstance in which somebody shouldn't have the right to shower in a 48-hour time period. Thank you.
Thanks, Avalon. You know who's next, please? Who's next? I'm sorry.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute myself. It was Daisy Ramirez.
Hello, Daisy, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Daisy Ramirez, and I'm the Jails Conditions and Policy Coordinator at ACLU of Southern California. In the spirit of being less broad and subjective, as several ESC members have suggested this morning, I urge you to reconsider the recommendation that we made in our July 30 letter on Section 1240 frequency of serving, and require jails to serve hot food with at least 2 meals, and that this requirement not be fulfilled by the mere addition of hot water, but instead require that the protein group and vegetable group of at least 1 meal be served hot. In Orange County, the Sheriff's Department has served incarcerated people cold meals for close to 2 years. In the spring, we sent a letter to the BSCC outlining reports by incarcerated people about the impact of cold meals on their medical and mental health, including becoming sick from eating bologna sandwiches, going to bed hungry, and experiencing depression and anxiety. The letter prompted a targeted inspection, and the department was found to not be in compliance with the hot food requirement. In response, OCSD started serving foods that require the mere addition of hot water. We believe this is wholly inadequate and undermines the intention of the provision, and as such, we urge you to add specific language that requires that the protein group and vegetable group of at least 1 meal shall be served hot.
Thank you, Daisy.
Thank you.
Miguel Garcia.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Miguel Garcia. I'm the Advocacy Coordinator with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I would like to speak on Article 6, Item 1067, access to telephones. I would like to speak first on my experience inside Riverside County Jail while being discharged from the Department of Juvenile Justice. I didn't know the process. It was brand new to me, and the only form and way to communicate with my family outside was access to telephone. However, me being just receiving there, I had no money on my books. I had no way to communicate with them until I was sent to one holding cell where I found out that the phone calls were free. However, I was then moved again to an upper facility where a phone call booth was brought to me. I feel that the ESC should enforce rights to phone calls and make phone calls less expensive, because I wasn't able to contact my parents or family members informing I was going to be released. On survey respondents, they exposed privacy for county jails cost strained relationships with family after a year of being in county jail. So I just want to go ahead and urge the ESC to take into consideration the access to telephones. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel.
Thank you.
Renee Menard.
Hello, Renee, please go ahead.
Hi, Renee Menard with the Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice. I wanted to speak on a few particular issues. One is relating to visiting. Right now, the statement about where permissible weekends, evenings, or holidays should be an opportunity for visitation. I would urge the BSCC to change this to and. So weekends, evenings, and holidays. There's already a stipulation that it's where practicable. So I hope that you can make that change. Additionally, I want to reiterate the need for underwear to be free of stains, while all other clothes should be substantially stain-free. This was achieved in the last round of the juvenile title regulations, and the dignity and humanity of adults is no less than those of youth. I want to thank you for removing the disciplinary diet. This is a long-awaited and critical improvement, and reiterate Daisy Ramirez's comments regarding hot meals. These should be required daily with at least 2 meals and should not be achieved only with hot water. Broadly, I hope the ESC will recognize its responsibility to update and improve regulations today with best practices in mind. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Renee. Any other comments?
Sorry,
James Martinez. I keep losing my mute. I'm sorry.
I didn't catch the first name, but Ms. Martinez, please go ahead.
Yeah, James Martinez. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Mr. Martinez, please go ahead.
Good morning, BSCC board and ESC members. My name is James Martinez. I'm a Sacramento State University student and policy programs assistant with Milpa Collective based out of Salinas, California. Coming from a system impacted background, I've witnessed the inhumane conditions that permeate within detention facilities. I'm here today to uplift my voice and say that the current policy for out of cell time is wholly insufficient and doesn't provide for a daily minimum times. In a survey that was submitted to BSCC from community members, it highlighted that 89% of the survey respondents stated they need at least 3 hours of out of cell time, but 85% reported less than 1 hour of time. I encourage this board to implement in section 1065 a recreation program that will allow opportunity for a minimum of 3 hours of recreation and out of cell time per day at a reasonable time of day. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, James.
Brian Goldstein.
Okay, Brian, please.
Good morning, Brian Goldstein with the Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice. Want to refer the committee and public to our survey that highlighted serious concerns within California's jails. Want to make a specific recommendation around sections 1260, 1261, and 1262. These should read that all issued clothing must be clean, free of stains, holes, and tears. We think that new undergarments should be distributed. This is reasonable. It's not subjective. We must recognize the humanity of people in California's jails. We've done this with juvenile regulations, and per the governor's direction, this aligns with best practices. What message are you sending by allowing people in California's jails to wear stained underwear and torn clothing? We also think that this same standard must apply to section 1246. Meals should be made accessible for consumption within 5 minutes of service, and we should be serving meals on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Any other comments?
No more on the list.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, Allison, so we're moving on now to the substantive revisions for discussion, correct?
Wait a second. I'm sorry. I feel like there was some significant public comment. And I think on the underwear, I would really urge this committee that we seriously consider the issuance of new underwear as a standard. And the other, as to the point about the hot meals, what Daisy Ramirez brought up, the protein and vegetable group served hot. to prevent things like the workaround of hot water being able to pass muster. I just think those were incredibly compelling to me. And had I had that input when we were reviewing this as a committee, I would have pushed for that. I think the underwear and then the meal part, I think is something that we could accomplish as a committee.
Okay. Well, so I think we already had reached a consensus on the proposed language previously. I don't know if we want to go back and revisit those. Speaking to the underwear and the undergarments, I completely understand that, but it's not fiscally possible to issue new garments to everybody that comes through the door. Certainly things that are stained should be discarded and replaced, but to issue new, I don't even know what that would look like fiscally, especially to some of the larger facilities. That would have a pretty huge fiscal impact.
Then I would say no stained underwear, not even just.
No, I can't.
They could be bleached. It's.
So, and I see, Jerry, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just echo what the sheriff mentioned. The population numbers you're talking about are on two different planets when it comes to juveniles and adults. It'd be completely fiscally prohibitive and unnecessary to implement something like that.
So the recommendation that we had, or the recommendation that we made was to pull off the clothing exchange and have BSCC staff do some research, again, comparison with not like facilities, but similar regulations in the juvenile world, and then allow BSCC staff to come up with some language. Now, the fiscal impact is a really important piece. We have to submit these regulations to the Department of Finance for approval as well, and we do have to submit fiscal impact. And objectively, and I don't mean certainly not trying to make an argument one way or the other for the cleanliness of underwear, but we do have to consider the cost, the fiscal impact to agencies for, based on the number of people that are coming into facilities and staying at facilities, the fiscal impact of purchasing clothing. So that does need to be something to be considered in that revision as well. We can pull off other, I think to continue moving us, I think we've done a fantastic job of coming to really good landing places. So again, if there's a recommendation related to another regulation that we could pull off and you could ask staff to research, what we are going to do, because we've been directed to do so, is find any, and sometimes it's not easy, best practices related to that operation. So if there's another recommendation from the ESC to do that, staff will do that. We're certainly doing that for the clothing one.
And then, yeah, staff could also look at 1240 about the protein and vegetable group served hot, making that modification so that you don't have jails getting around it by just serving hot water that I'm imagining. I mean, that seems insufficient. And probably something that could be easily accomplished.
And certainly, sorry, I was looking, I didn't disappear or roll away. I'm just looking at my papers over here. We can certainly look into that, absolutely. Does that sit well with the rest of the ESC? So pulling off for wordsmithing and BSCC recommendation, the clothing, and then the food related to hot food. 1240. Okay, excellent. Thank you for that. Thank you for the members of the community providing public comments. We have 25 minutes until we're going to take our scheduled midday break. The next section up for discussion is the substantive revisions with discussion anticipated. If you're all in agreement, we can start with those. I'm confident, at least in the first one, that we can start getting through these. Again, Ginger and Lindsay did a really fantastic job of anticipating what some of that discussion would be and making some changes sort of in the realm of compromise between the public comment and best practices out there. So if that's okay with everybody, we'll start with the matrix that's under number 3 for the substantive revisions for discussion. Does that sound good? 25 minutes left, and then we get a nice long break. Does that seem good? Okay. I can't see everybody since nobody's raising their hand. I'm just gonna keep us going. So there's about 8 regulations on this section. The first one is 1052, mentally disordered inmates. Now there's 2 things at discussion here. Would you mind scrolling? Yeah, perfect. There's 2 things at play here. Number 1 is the term mentally disordered inmates. We had a bunch of, I think there were 5 proposed recommendations from the work group for changing that term. So BSCC staff went through those and is recommending, so this is the first action for this regulation, recommending that the term mentally disordered inmates be replaced with behavioral crisis intervention, because this is about, the intent of this regulation isn't necessarily to diagnose a person that may or may not have a mental or a behavioral diagnoses, but to ensure that people that are in crisis get the appropriate referral that they need. So number 1, we're recommending changing the title of this regulation to behavioral crisis identification. And then if you can see there on the bottom of the page, you can see the recommendations from the work group. There were 2 work groups that looked at this, the classification and the medical and mental health work group. So I'll let everybody take a look at this language. Has not changed. It was in the original recommendation in May. So we've had time to look at and to process this revision. So I'll give you a moment to take a look at that, and at asking for approval of changing that term and then accepting the recommendations here. And I see Jerry has raised his hand.
Yeah, just a quick question. Is this term accepted in the medical community, like with NCCHC standards? I just don't want to label someone something different than what is medically appropriate for a title. That's the only question I have. So whatever NCCHC guidelines would call it, I think would be appropriate to have it mirror that. I just don't want to label anyone who's suffering a mental illness with a title that's not appropriate.
So I have to tell you that, and I'm looking at and maybe people can look at the other language. That term seemed appropriate because it is not necessarily calling out that a person has a mental illness. I personally don't like the term disorder. I don't think it's used very often in the mental health field anymore. You typically hear the term behavioral health rather than mental health, and it is a best practice nationwide to destigmatize how we look at people that are suffering from some sort of, I mean, I've adopted the term into my language, behavioral health. So I'm looking at the NCCHC regulations. I do know that behavioral health is a more commonly used term. And again, looking at the intent of this regulation, it's not to diagnose a person, it's to recognize when someone's experiencing a crisis. It may or may not be related to the person having a mental illness or behavioral health issue. It might be related to stress and anxiety, and they're displaying a behavior rather than a disorder, if I can say that more eloquently. Aubrey, you have your hand up.
Yeah, my comment was actually more to the part where if an evaluation is not readily available and the person will automatically be considered in behavioral crisis for purpose of this section. And I think I have some concerns with the automatic kind of you know, like if there's no evaluation available, then now all of a sudden we're just going to assume that this person is in behavioral crisis. I have concern that that may work in a way that is going to disproportionately impact like, you know, incarcerated individuals who are members of the BIPOC community or other historically excluded groups. And so I don't know if there is a way that staff can maybe look at whether there are other alternatives to that, because it seems that this kind of allows for there to be more involuntary kind of placement, or, you know, like statements about an individual where there actually hasn't been any kind of evaluation at all. And I understand that this comes up in a number of different spaces as it relates to, you know, individuals who are incarcerated, and when there are, you know, like issues like this that come up. But I feel like if there is a way that staff can look at other alternatives, I think that that would be best, especially considering that if there is an evaluation that happens later, or if there's something that comes up later, like the fact that there's already been this stigma that's been attached to this person, that they're in behavioral crisis, and that could be wrong, that now this is now attached to this person. So I wonder if staff can like work on trying to find an alternative for that particular sentence.
Sure, I really do appreciate that, you know, that look. I think this is a really tough regulation to incorporate all that into. And to Jerry's point, I have the NCCHC standards here in front of me, and they are not, they're not as informative as you would think. And I can make a photocopy and send this to you all so you can look at it. Their standard is really broad. Mental health screening is performed to ensure that urgent mental health needs are met. So
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at the mental health one for NCCHC, the standards for mental health services.
okay, and I have health services. So
Yeah,
maybe,
it talks, what they have is a broad definition. It's just mental health services, broadly defined to include the sum of all actions. You know, so it could be have policies to evaluate individuals who need mental health services. Maybe you can do that too, I guess. I mean, it's I guess it's 1 and 6 and a half dozen the other. So whatever they're basically, we're just trying to get across that the jail administrator must have policy to provide these services when they're needed. That's what we're trying to get across here with this introductory one.
yeah, and maybe Jerry, you can send me a copy. I only have the health services one. I don't have mental health services. So I'm going to recommend, I'm going to recommend, I appreciate the perspective too from Aubrey. I think what's really difficult here, and we don't have the people on our ESC that were on the ESC here today to help us sort through this thing. I am not a subject matter expert in mental health. So I think this is important. I think, again, the difference between this regulation and others related to behavioral health treatment, this regulation is intended to protect people, and it doesn't really come across that way, protect people that are in crisis. Again, may or may not have a diagnosis attached to that crisis. There could just be some crisis going on, and it gives the facility staff the roadmap for what to do next in conjunction with the responsible physician at that facility. So staff at the facility know that person A is, you know, it could come out in so many ways. They could be acting out and they're violent and combative, not in and it's a behavioral crisis. And so if you had all the resources in the world, of course, you're going to call in a mental health clinician or a behavioral health clinician. But if you don't, what does staff do next? So I think that's the consideration here. Hopefully that wasn't too many words, but I would recommend.
Yeah, and I get that. I mean, I think that the issue, right, is that I see firsthand how, you know, danger to self and like how these terms are used and who Yeah. And so I think maybe with the shall, and maybe it just needs to be workshopped a little bit more as to what happens if there isn't actually an evaluation that's been made yet. And I understand that we want to have a roadmap, but there's not an evaluation. I think that it kind of sets those individuals on the, yeah.
So if that makes sense, again, we'll use the same process where staff can pull this off, and again, wishing that our full ESC were here, because we did, and we do have people on the ESC that have subject matter expertise. So I don't want to make a decision or kind of push you to make a decision without getting some of that feedback. So if that's okay, we'll follow the same path with this one. And that will include the name change. The next one is administrative segregation, which we have changed the title to reflect separation, because not every person that's removed from the general population is actually physically segregated rather. So using the term segregation, so that's kind of a straightforward one. And the regulations that you see here on the left-hand side are from the original work group recommendation. So we've had a chance, or they've been out there to be looked at and reviewed. Hopefully people have had a chance. We had some public comment related to this regulation, so I would open that up for either approval of the work group recommendations or suggestions that we can incorporate, or looking for a compromise of some wordsmithing.
So just to confirm, Allison, we're not the proposed language of, you're not recommending that each inmate placed in separation shall have an individual assessment, ongoing reassessment of security risk? And
No, that,
okay.
yeah, that is in the recommendation. Yeah, everything in the blue is being recommended as being added to the regulation.
Okay.
And basically to recognize you know, best practices and, you know, experience in the field related to, you know, we don't use the term solitary confinement, but certainly this regulation could require that somebody be separated in a room by themselves.
The question I have for you is, what's the assessment? What are you talking about? A medical assessment, a mental health assessment, a classification assessment? So that's what I'm trying to, I don't understand what we're saying.
So, yeah, it would really, I mean, it's a super broad and performance-based regulation and requirement in there, and it would require the facility manager to determine what their limitations are, or parameters around somebody in administrative separation. If they were in a room by themselves, there should be an individualized assessment on that person. Again, the agency gets to come up with that. And determine what that would be. And that's
maybe the language can read something a little bit different, where it could read the facility, you know, the administrator develop a process to evaluate continued something basically to ongoing long-term housing of that sort of thing. You know, I mean, this thing, the assessment is going to get confused, I think. Or either we take it out altogether, or we come up with something where, I mean, the reclassification policy or regulation already requires them to evaluate each one on continued at that classification level. This would be some sort of a classification level. So existing policy already addresses it. So I don't know what we're trying to achieve, or if we want to just add a little something different here.
Mila?
And this is what the work group proposed, right, Allison?
Correct.
This language, because to me, I mean, it seems clear in the sense it says that the assessment and ongoing assessment of security risk and need for separation, that indicates the length of the separation and a reasonable timeframe in which administrative separation is reviewed for continuation. So it would look like basically justification for why is a person in separation and giving time limits so that it's not just you come in, you get classified, separated, and then it's not, it doesn't get revisited.
You know, and actually, after listening to Pam explain it and read it, maybe it makes a little more sense to me now too. There.
And Rick, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I just think that maybe part of the confusion here, or where people have some problem taking this all in, is the terminology. Because when I hear the word assessment, I'm thinking of, especially placed in this context, I'm thinking of a clinician coming and doing some kind of evaluation. Whereas what I really see this is as the blending of two separate ideas, where this is really about classification, and you have some kind of classification review that determines whether separation is appropriate ongoing, which may or may not also involve some mental health assessment depending on the individual. But that just broad word assessment seems to imply that a clinician's always going to be involved, which is probably not necessary for every classification review.
Sheriff Barnes?
Yeah, I was just going to kind of mirror what Rick just said. I think he hit it right on the head, which is, you know, we're in Article 5, which specifically addresses classification. So to me, this is a classification review. And when you take out all the fancy language, it is a reassessment of security risk, which again goes back to classification and not mental health or medical. So to me, this is just a classification review. That's how I interpret it.
I just think but since it doesn't say clinical assessment, then it makes it broader. It allows for it not to be. I would really be against getting rid of it because I think it doesn't seem adequately. There's circumstances which I don't know that would be sufficiently addressed under classification as it is here, because this is really prescribing an ongoing assessment with timeframes. Unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, and I don't think, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm not against the idea of having this idea. I just think that it's the semantics. That if it said, instead of assessment here, it was classification review or something to that, and we lost the word assessment and replaced it with something more appropriate for the section, it would convey the same idea, the same requirements, without confusing two different ideas being classification / mental health assessment.
Sorry, I was on mute. So couple of suggestions. I don't know if we have exact language, and I apologize. I was doing a tiny bit of multitasking here, but I could hear the discussion. Did we come up with some language, or do we fall into the take a look at this and bring this back category?
I think take a look at this, bring it back. I think everyone's agreeing in essence what the work group was trying to achieve. Just making sure there's reasonable timeframes, ability for making sure the person really needs to be separated, and that it's justified without, I think, a concern that we're now tying the hands and saying it has to be a clinical assessment when in some situations it really doesn't.
Yeah, just finding another word for assessment, I think.
Yeah, the word reassessment seems to be the hung up. It's not really applicable for a classification review.
So the individualized initial review and ongoing review, things like that. And is there consensus with the rest of the items there? Okay. I have so much faith and confidence in my colleagues that we'll be able to come up with something based on the discussion. So it is now 11:56. The next one up for discussion is the use of safety cell. So it might be a good idea to take a pause and start with the safety cell when we come back at 2. That will give us a few hours to get through. And again, I think keeping in mind, if something requires more discussion, I have a couple of thoughts and ideas about that to bring back when we come back after lunch. But I do believe we can get through them. And perhaps if people haven't already, taking a look through the Title 24 revisions might help. I do not want to speed things along to miss anything, but just to make use of the time we have here, I think would be a good idea. Again, I have confidence that we'll be able to get through this stuff. If that sounds good, we will release everybody into the or out of the Zoom world and into the real world for some real time human interaction and food, and then come back at 2 and pick up with the use of the safety cell. Sounds good. Thank you all so much. I know this is difficult, but I appreciate the work that's being done. Thank you so much, and we'll see you at 2 p.m.
To the extent I'm being recorded, and to the extent and to the extent that certainly we value everyone's participation that's been on this ESC, and to the extent any ESC member wishes to publicly comment at the November board meeting in their individual capacity, we absolutely welcome that and would encourage that. So Sheriff Barnes, to the extent that you'd wish to provide your own personal individual thoughts on whatever the final staff recommendations were, that would be fine, or anyone else from the ESC.
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily looking for notes, but I would assume at some point there's going to be a final product, and some of those things we're just entrusting Allison and her staff to kind of wordcraft, right? And I'll use just an extreme example, like, let's say all of a sudden they wrote in there that, corrections will give every inmate a cell phone. And I didn't know that was in there. And all of a sudden it went before the board, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute, that's not what we discussed, right? So I'm just asking if there's a chance to view the final product, maybe even at the same time it's available to the public, so that we can get before the board and say, yeah, I strongly disagree, or I agree, whatever the case may be. So that's all I was looking for. Not access to any
That's a
personal
good
notes.
question, though.
Yeah, I think we can definitely make that commitment. Typically, and again, I look to Allison in terms of the timing. Again, I cannot actually believe it's pretty much October right now, and the board meeting's very, very soon. In terms of when that would be, typically we post agenda items, 10 days before the meeting when we put up the agenda. So those recommendations will certainly be available as soon as we can make them available.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if we have to show up, as a private person and make comment, that's fine. I was just wanted to make sure there was a process to do that.
And I
think, and certainly we would welcome you, Sheriff Barnes, as the chair of the ESC, to provide comments and in terms of the package that the ESC is recommending to the board as well at that November board meeting, if you were inclined to do so.
Okay, thank you.
And I think I actually appreciate the question, Sheriff Barnes, because, we want to be incredibly mindful of since it is October, I can say that the 2 years of work that's gone into this, by the ESC, by the work groups, by the members of the community that have provided input. So, I know it's hard to say that, somebody else is going to take this work, but one of the things, again, the broken record that we're going to spend probably the most time on is that research into national best practices, because that is our main focus here. So yeah, I think and we want to make sure that we have all of the feedback that we could possibly get from the ESC members while we have you all. And I think we've come to some pretty good landing points. with respect to that. And so we can craft from that compromise point, if that makes sense. But that's a good question. I think, yeah. It's a good question. Any other questions or comments from any of the ESC members, especially while we have Aaron here to answer them in terms of next steps and process? So I don't see any. Thank you so much, Aaron, for helping and clarifying our process. And we have 4 more of the substantive with discussion regulations. We are going to start at section 1055, which is the use of the safety cell. And what the BSCC staff did was take a look at the original work group regulation and then try to, if not make a recommendation based on some of the public comment received or previous discussion, at least present the options that could be made based on those recommendations. So you have the original work group recommendation here for use of safety cell, and the timeframes didn't change in that original recommendation. Medical assessment happening as soon as possible, but not more than 12 hours. What happens after 24 hours, basically capping it at 24 hours. And then just clarifying the no more than 15-minute safety checks and getting that mental health opinion as soon as possible. So our recommendations are to approve those original work group recommendations. And then there were some really, there were some public comments related to, one was limiting use of safety cell to 6 hours or 24 hours, which I think we got in there, or 12 hours. So considering a different limitation on the time that a person could be in the safety cell could be considered or not. And again, just opening that up for discussion. Camila?
Yes, so disability rights recommended a maximum of 6 hours, and that's based on litigation that we brought. And I believe there was also recently an Alameda County lawsuit which looked at the safety cell and amounts of time that would comport with constitutional limits. And that is how we came up with the 6-hour recommendation. And I know Rick Heyer is here as well. He was part of the May's consent decree. And so I think when we sought out, it's not only best practices, it's sort of coming up with standards that jails can follow that will comply with, constitutional minimal standards.
I'm reviewing May's right now. I don't think we limited that to 6 hours in May's. I can confirm that in a moment, but so let me check that and I'll get back to you all if others have comments.
Yeah, I would not limit it to 6 hours.
Yeah, I have a question. So the number 2, considering limiting the use of a safety cell to 6 hours. So that's definitive, like at 6 hours, you come out and you don't go back in? Is that the intent of that?
That would be the intent, because any longer is severely detrimental.
So what alternatives are being offered to correctional facilities that still have somebody being combative at 6 hours, or assaulting staff at 6 hours, or physically trying to harm themselves at 6 hours? What alternatives are being offered to us?
That would be the problem. If you have a guy in psychosis who is actively trying to harm him or herself, and hitting their head against the wall, and the clinicians and the psychiatrists trying to stabilize this person, you're putting an unnecessary time frame on them to do that when they're dealing with human beings. We're not building widgets. So I think that would be completely unreasonable.
Yeah, I think, also kind of to my point, which is, there are a lack of, mental health facilities, space at state hospitals, those types of things. So I guess I'm back to asking what is the compromise that's being offered to corrections?
I think the important thing to remember here is it's not so much the time in the cell, which is an important factor overall, but it's the checks, it's the checks on the inmate welfare, it's the medical checks, and ensuring that the inmate is not deteriorating. Whether or not they stay in their 6 hours shouldn't be the determining factor, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the key thing to really think about is even us, practitioners in corrections or lawyers in here practice law. We don't practice medicine. So it should be completely on the treating physician, the psychiatrist, to determine that time frame. I've never heard of a constitutional limit of 6 hours. That's the first I've ever heard of that term used with that. I really think we need to let psychiatrists practice medicine and us practice our profession, because it's mental health treatment is very complex, and they got a tough job, and I don't want to limit them unnecessarily just because I may have an opinion that they shouldn't be in there that long.
I think another difficult part of having this discussion is not having subject matter expertise in medical and mental health operations, like having an actual practitioner in this call. I think it does make it difficult. On the work group, we did have subject matter expertise on the medical and mental health work group. So that did help, obviously, to make those decisions. I mean, that's where I feel, limit in having some of those conversations. Certainly we could do research into, although I'm hearing that there are best practices around, and perhaps that's something that could be forwarded to us as staff as well, to take a look through and maybe come up with a different recommendation. This is a difficult one to talk about without having a medical or a mental health practitioner in the room. Rick, I see your hand up.
Yes, I have to stand corrected. We do have a 6 hour limitation, can be extended to another 2 hours if it's clinically appropriate. And of course, that takes a clinician to make that judgment. And that is in our suicide prevention policy. So it's not necessarily across the board a limitation on the safety cell, but we do have in our May's consent decree a 6 hour limitation, give or take 2 hours, with clinical buy-in.
Hey, Rick, can I ask, you guys have a JVCT, and do you have on-site medical and mental health services that are, I guess, more robust than, say, we would have here in Sutter County? I mean, I don't know what your facility looks like, but I know you have more resources than rural counties. And so I think that may be something you guys can maybe accomplish where maybe other counties can't. So I don't know if you can speak to what resources you have.
I can, and I think that's an excellent point. We have a very robust mental health service provider that is on site on in both of our jails, the branch jail as well as the main jail downtown. We have 7 day a week, depending on the day, maybe 24-hour service. So I think that is a distinction between us and the smaller, more rural counties that probably don't have that 7 day a week, 24-hour service.
Great, thank you.
And I should also add, we have a 5150 facility on site as well.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry about that. I see Abray and then I see Jerry with their hands up.
Yeah, I hear the concerns about resources. I do think that in this conversation and in a lot of the conversations that we've been having, they have really been centered around the staff and not necessarily around the individuals who are being placed in isolation, being placed, like in a different circumstance. And so I think that it's important for us to like also keep that into consideration, because saying like, okay, we don't have enough staff in order to ensure that an individual like that they actually need to be potentially in isolation. It doesn't seem like that should be the only reason that we're depriving an individual of being in that we're depriving an individual of their liberties, even though they're already in a carceral system. The fact that there are places that already have instituted a 6-hour check means that it can be done. And it seems like because of that amount of time, 12 hours is pretty much the entire day, that maybe that just means that there needs to be additional conversations around how to ensure that people's just basic rights are being met when this comes up. I mean, this was kind of my issue earlier with people who aren't trained, right, to make decisions, potentially putting people through a process and they're not even sure if that's the process that they need to be in. This feels similarly here as well, and that at 6 hours, and it sounds like Sacramento, at least, that there is there's the opportunity to make a different assessment at that 6 hours, but that's not unreasonable. And that letting 12 hours go by for that person who is in that position for 12 hours, that feels like a very long time. So I'm in support of the 6 hours as opposed to 12. And it's mostly because I have not heard anyone really outside of Pamela talk about the actual person who is in that position. And all the conversations I've heard about so far has been staff and not the actual individual who is having their liberties deprived.
Jerry?
Yes, I think the key thing, there's a big difference between Sacramento County and some of the rural counties. They probably book in 60 to 80,000 people a year. And so the resources there, it's a major metropolitan center. And I think the key thing is not forget on these regulations, there are checks and balances of continued retention in these safety cells. Medical has to see them in a certain amount of period of time. Mental health has to see them in a certain amount of time. I just want to really emphasize the fact that we're talking about people, and not everyone's going to be ready to come out in 6 hours if they're having a major crisis. And we have to give the clinicians, the psychiatrists, the doctors, the ability to practice medicine. We should not be limiting them. So like the sheriff mentioned, okay, let's say it's 6 hours and we're dealing with someone in a major crisis. Then what? We put them in a cinder block cell? There's the options within a correctional facility, depending on its location, are very slim to none. Not all jails are right next to a hospital. So the reality is, and I understand, we shouldn't base it on resource, but the reality is there is a major lack of mental health resources in the state of California. There is. That's why the jails have become major areas for mental health people, unfortunately. And so I just think putting that unnecessary burden or time frame is unreasonable, and I think it'll do more harm to the inmate population than good. And that's what I have to say on it.
Rick and then Pamela.
Yeah. So I just want to be clear that, sorry.
That's public comment. Sorry.
Okay, I think I've cleared that up. I apologize. So I think hopefully this will be helpful. I want to read exactly what we agreed to in May's. No prisoner shall be housed in a safety cell, segregation holding cell, or other temporary suicide precaution housing for more than 6 hours. If mental health or medical staff determine it to be clinically appropriate based on detoxification related needs, this time may be extended to no more than 8 hours. And here, goes to the last point that was just made. If exceptional circumstances prevent transfer within these timeframes, those circumstances shall be documented, and transfer shall occur as soon as possible. And then we have a language that says this does not preclude us from housing in our other mental health housing units. But so kind of where we went or started this morning, we built in the ability to if there's exceptional circumstances, there's exigency, or there's, the mental health condition of the inmate himself or herself prevents movement, then that can be grounds to remain there more than 6 hours, but it has to be documented and the review has to continue on. So I do think if we go to something less than 24 hours here in a statewide standard, we got to build in that ability to modify it as the unusual situations might dictate.
The only problem is, where does the 6 hours come from? That is nothing more than an hour that was negotiated between the County of Sacramento and the attorney. That doesn't mean it has to apply for the entire state of California.
Well, I can tell you, and I know Pamela can probably speak to this with more authority, but we were provided with a host of experts that talked about the detrimental effect that being in a safety cell, being isolated, and then you add on to the fact that the person's either suicidal or in some other kind of behavioral health crisis, that isolation is it is very hard on those individuals and does exacerbate the situation that they are enduring. So it wasn't just based on, let's find a number we can agree upon. It was based on science and then, some give and take back and forth, which, they wanted 6 hours and we wanted an ability to go beyond that if necessary. And that's the reflection of the language you just heard.
It is, so the recognition is, and I'm looking at the consent decree as you're reading it, that recognition that 6 to 8 hours, it's the clinician's call that the person is in such crisis that it would not be a good idea to keep them in that safety cell, and they also aren't appropriate for going back to housing. So, and again, Sacramento has in-house psychiatric treatment, which is different than I've seen in a lot of facilities. The option for another agency would be transfer out to almost who knows where, right? Because we know we don't have community resources for people in crisis across the state. So I just wanted to clarify that it kind of is that recognition that a clinician is involved, that recognizes that safety cell would be detrimental and housing would be detrimental. So in Sacramento, they could go to an inpatient perhaps unit, but in another area, they'd have to go somewhere else.
Yeah, I want to be real clear about what this means to us practically, is that, if somebody goes into a safety cell, we start with the premise that we are going to get them out of there within that 6 hour time frame. 8 hours if we have issues about detox and a clinician will agree that that's a concern. But there will be times, and they do happen, when the individual is just not in a place where moving that individual out of the safety cell in 6 hours or even 8 hours is appropriate for their own safety. And or there is no place to put them that is safe for them and others in the institution. When those situations occur, they have to be documented. They have to be documented to specifics about why that person wasn't moved, what the rationale was, and it has to be documented that we move the person out of the safety cell as soon as possible. But I don't want to give the impression that everyone leaves the safety cell between 6 and 8 hours, because that doesn't happen. What does happen is just the process I laid out. Most people do leave within 6 hours. There are some that stay longer. And as long as we are documenting the rationale for it, and of course it's reasonable, then I believe we're in compliance with the letter of the consent decree.
So I'm not sure. I see Jerry and Pamila's and Sheriff Barnes's hands up. I'm not sure who I think it's Jerry. I think it cues it up that I can see Jerry. I think.
I accidentally left it up, but I'll add another thing too. The key thing, Allison, is that, and I get what everyone's saying, and I appreciate what everyone's saying. And I'm a huge advocate for treating the mentally ill, but I am telling you, if we place an arbitrary 6-hour number on the counties in California, these jail systems, it's going to have a severe adverse impact on their operation and properly treat them. So I just want to caution that I think this is a terrible idea.
Pamela?
Yeah, so I don't have the benefit of seeing each jail or what, and I am completely appreciate the comments about the lack of resources or places to send people out. Absolutely. We have done some investigations and into cases where people were kept for very long periods and there was a place to be sent out, and the place that could have received them balked, but there was no urgency and people ended up spending really long periods of time in the safety cell. And I think we can all agree this is probably one of the worst possible settings for somebody in severe mental health distress. Having observed some of these safety cells, I think the original intention in an ideal world is placed to temporarily contain, I guess, somebody until they could take them somewhere. But even then, I mean, ideally, there would be even alternatives to that. Having said all that, I mean, looking back at the regulation, you know, even as written with the just an assessment even within 12 hours, I think is really unreasonable. I mean, that's even a far compromise from our saying that it should be a 6-hour maximum confinement in a safety cell. But even in terms of the assessment, it should happen much quicker, let alone waiting 12 hours. And I think another part of the concern is allowing medical and mental health staff to make that call, because the other issue that has been raised with us is that custody staff will sometimes supersede that decision. And so I think we're trying to get at two things. One is an immediate assessment done by medical mental health or clinical staff, because overwhelmingly the people who are put in the safety cell are people who are experiencing a mental health crisis. And then after that, trying to come to something in the regulation that is going to address a person being kept there indefinitely, potentially, because there's no cap at all, unless we're saying that not more than 24 hours thereafter could be interpreted as we're talking about a 24-hour maximum. And shall be medically cleared for minimum of every 24 hours thereafter. Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out like if that creates the 24-hour max.
I don't think it does as written. I think it gives more clarity around the next step. So the 4 next steps after 24 hours is clear them to remain, which is up for debate. Refer them to advanced treatment, which again leaves it broad because they could go in-house or they have to go somewhere out in the community to a hospital or a mental health placement, or they're removed and taken back to their housing. So those are the 3 things that have to happen every 24 hours. So while the current regulation doesn't have a cap on it, it's that recognition that at a minimum every 24 hours, the facility administrator is making a decision on one of those 3 things. And I just, yeah, I'm not 100% sure about the best way to land this. You know, with all of the information presented. This is another one of those regulations that's incrementally improved over the years. The timeframes have been tightened down, and not to say that I think, and I don't want to put words into facility administrators' mouths, but I think, and again, this is a resource-based discussion or comment rather. Of course, if somebody is experiencing a behavioral health crisis, the best thing to do is to have a clinician get eyeballs on that person and figure out what to do with them next. But the reality is, in rural, remote, small, under-resourced counties, communities, there is not that resource. They're relying on telehealth, telemedicine. We Zoom now. Crisis centers. So it's not, I don't think that anybody would want to do anything other than an immediate assessment of a person. I think the reality is that it's not possible in some places. Sheriff Barnes, did you have your hands up, or was that just stuck there? And
no, I did, and I appreciate everybody's comments. And I will say that there's no sheriff that wants anybody in a safety cell. We would prefer that they not be. But again, I go back to what alternatives are being offered to us. And I will just say that if I'm understanding it correctly, so if somebody's placed in a safety cell at 6 p.m., then at midnight, some mental health clinician is supposed to magically appear and clear them, and that's not realistic. I mean, I appreciate Rick's position, and he has those resources. Rural counties do not, and so what are you supposed to do? Even if you extend it to 8 hours, now you're at 2 a.m. How do you accomplish that? Which I think is where the 12 hours came from, right? Because it's like, if you have mental health staff on till 6 at night, they're back at 6 a.m. They can make their rounds and check in on people. It's really problematic. For us, the only option we would have would be to take them to the hospital. And if they're combative, then they have to be handcuffed to a gurney, which in my opinion is probably a little more inhumane to have them handcuffed or in a restraint chair or whatever the case may be. This just becomes really problematic for some of the smaller counties that have limited resources. So I would almost caution against changing it, and I would support what was proposed by the work group.
Rick?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not advocating for any specific hour. I just think that it has, whatever, if there is a limit, and I'm not sure that this has a limit necessarily, but if the end result is a limit, I think there still has to be some caveat that allows for that limit to be exceeded if the rationale is documented and mental health clinicians have been involved in the process. Because I think whatever limit you set, there are going to be times where the clinician themselves thinks that it's inappropriate to move them at that point.
Mm.
And you wouldn't want the clinician having to say, well, we got to move them because my clinical options are taken off the table.
Yeah, I feel I'm not 100% sure what to do. I don't feel like we have consensus on, and correct me if I'm wrong, with a time limit. And I understand, even if there is some limit set, that there does need to be flexibility. And I really do understand that the reason for flexibility, it's kind of a, it's just, this is difficult. So I'm having a hard time coming up with a path forward. I'm looking to the ESC to come up with something forward, moving forward. Again, there is certainly possibility for incremental improvements. I hear loud and clear documentation, or, you know, there is the term in there that the person, you know, is medically cleared for continued retention. Making sure that that is documented and there's a reason for it. I mean, maybe there's a way to improve upon there, and then continue to move toward some other language related to timeframes. I'm not sure. I see hands. I feel rescued. So Pamela,
Well,
and then Jerry.
I mean, I would certainly prefer to have the work group recommendation go forward than to have nothing at all.
Right.
I mean, I definitely think the work group recommendation is preferable to what was before. And I understand, you know, that there aren't these resources in the different counties, which is, I understand the conundrum about putting the time limits. I mean, the concern is that there are some counties that do have the resources and don't, and keep people in safety cells longer than they should. And so that part, to me, is frustrating, because
I hear that.
you know,
yeah.
you hear the
We
one
can't
that
regulate. We
Yeah.
can't regulate. You know, when things happen, right? They happen because they happen, not because the regulation. I mean, I don't mean to be, you know, glib about that, but
Right. So yeah, and so there, you know, we've seen situations where they definitely could have sent the person out. There was that option, and they didn't. But for those counties where they have nowhere to send them, I mean, you're basically setting a regulation that you know will be impossible from the outset. But I would prefer to have at least a work group's revision go forward than to have nothing go forward.
Jerry, and then thoughts from the ESC.
Yeah, I like what the sheriff said. What the work group is indicating, it's keeping it in line, but it's getting a little bit better. I just look at the alternative. So if we had this arbitrary hourly number in there, and the person wasn't stable, but we just did it because the regs say we do it, then what am I going to do? I'm going to handcuff this inmate to a bench, or I'm going to put them in a restraint chair. Those just seems worse options than keeping them in the cell. That's the issue I have. That's the reality of managing jails and doing it. I mean, that's just the reality of it.
So thoughts from other ESC members, and then looking at the recommendation of the work group to move forward.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I appreciate Pamila's you know, acknowledgement of some of the challenges we have, and appreciate her you know, recognizing that some movement forward is better than no movement forward. Again, I think moving beyond what is proposed would be problematic, and I would support what the work group proposed. And I just wanted to clarify, Allison, you did say there was either a mental health clinician or somebody involved in that work group, right?
Yes, the medical and mental health work group, again, this was like February of 2020. Remember those days? But there, I can pull up the names. We had
Right.
medical and mental health clinicians on that work group. Yes.
And I think, you know, taking everything into consideration, this is the recommendation they came to, and they themselves being experts in their field, I would tend to support what they came up with, and move that gets approved and sent to the board.
Any other thoughts from the ESC before we move forward with this? Okay, thank you. I do really appreciate the discussion, and yeah, having sat and I'll call Jerry out too. I mean, this is one that gets talked about, and thoughtful recommendations are carried forward every year. And again, we don't want to let, you know, we can't make all the changes all at once and you know, fix it all at once. So I appreciate the discussion, and the discussion I'm sure will be picked up again in the future. Thank you. The next one is the sobering cell 1056. Please allow me a moment to explain this a little bit. Paragraph 1 actually was a recommendation by the work group. The ESC in the way beginning, you might remember, there was a consideration about coming up with an observation cell of sorts that would be able to be used not necessarily for intoxicated people and not necessarily like a safety cell for people with, that are having behavioral health crisis. So the original work group recommendation in paragraph 1 was to kind of cram that, that's my word, sorry, to put that observation cell language into the sobering cell regulations. And staff is not recommending that move forward in the sobering cell. So we've put that discussion for an observation cell into the Title 24 arena. So that's what those edits are in that first paragraph. And then the second paragraph is more related to the actual operation in a sobering cell. So hopefully that made sense. We certainly as staff want and see value in having this other observation cell area, but it shouldn't be combined with the sobering cell. So two sort of recommendations here. One to consider, our recommendation would be to not take that paragraph 1, but that paragraph 2 we would recommend accepting.
Yeah, I would support the proposed language in paragraph 2. I don't see anything wrong with it.
And it's really, it does get to some of these best practices that we're talking about. If a person's in a sobering cell and they are able to continue in processing, again, it's a reflection of what's happening in the field. Move people out of those situations as soon as they can. So it's codifying that in accordance with, best practices. So looking to the ESC to not incorporate that observation cell language into the sobering cell, and then number 2, incorporate the revisions into that second paragraph.
I guess I'm curious quickly, why was the sobering cell not seen as appropriate? Because it just seems like, well, then would that mean that those people for whom the work group came up with this recommendation, then they would have to go into a safety cell instead?
No, I think for me it's difficult because we we do want to honor all the work that was done. 2 different work groups were looking at this, and it's difficult to combine 2 functions into one cell. Sobering cells are really specific. They are intended for people who are a danger to themselves or others because of the level of their intoxication. A lot of times, operationally, people who are having a crisis are placed in a sobering cell because there's no other place to put them because of lack of space. So we recognize that there is a need out there for this other place, right? So that on one hand, it would relieve agencies that don't have that observation space. They could use their sobering cell to put people, but it also limits operationally if they have intoxicated people. I mean, then you start having to make choices. So I do want to say this is covered. There's a recommendation for what an observation cell would look like in Title 24, like physically look like. So it's physically addressing what the cell looks like, and then perhaps coming back and coming up with a separate regulation rather than putting it in the sobering cell Title 15 operational regulation. Makes a whole lot of sense up in my head, but it might
No,
not
that,
make a lot of sense.
no, that makes, yeah, that makes sense.
Somebody can jump in and help me out with that one.
You know, I appreciate them trying to fix it because it is an issue. There needs to be an in-between phase for those so we can get them out of a safety cell as quickly as possible, but at the same time monitor for a while more. Sobering cells seem the most appropriate because the floor is padded in there, much like a safety cell is. There's less obstacles for them. But it's a challenging situation, you know, because we need something. There needs to be something, that is for sure. Because right now, a lot of jails are using holding cells. I think Santa Clara uses their sobering cells. So it's a challenge.
Any other feedback from the members of the ESC about this regulation? Flipping through my my notes here. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So this will come up again in the Title 24 discussion. So it's not something that's just ending with here, because again, there is a recognition that there needs to be something. There are agencies that just need something, but they're also being out of compliance because they're using their sobering cell because that's all they have. But we also have to be careful not because the Title 24 regulations aren't retroactive. So we have to be mindful of that as well. Like if an agency doesn't have such a space, it still becomes an operational issue. What do they do with people that need a higher level of observation, but don't need a sobering cell and don't need a safety cell?
You're saying the Title 24 would be retroactive? I thought that would be upon
It would not be.
Oh, would not. Okay, I just want to confirm that part of it.
No,
okay,
it's not retroactive.
thank you.
No, it's new building moving forward, unless somebody decided that they wanted to convert into this new area. So we could move this regulation forward, pick back up the observation cell discussion, Title 24, and then approve that second paragraph for the sobering cell language. So I don't hear any discussion, and I don't see any hands raised. So that top one, oh yeah, nope, that's good. We're good. We're good to go. And so the next one is section 1058, which is use of restraint devices. And there are a lot of public comments in this section. So what I'm really hoping is that people had a chance to think about what recommendations they might propose based on that public comment, because we didn't get to this in the last time. So what BSCC staff are recommending is that you take a look at the proposed revisions by the work group. If there's a recommendation for some additional language, we can either discuss that now or approve what we have so far. Quite a bit of changes were made to this regulation, making sure that verbal de-escalation techniques have been attempted and deemed ineffective, making sure that direct visual observation is maintained until a medical opinion can be obtained. So basically what that would mean if a person were placed in restraints, it wouldn't be just 15-minute safety checks. Somebody would be with them until that medical opinion on retention could be obtained. Making a requirement for recording unless exigent circumstances prevent it. And then And then clarifying in paragraph 7 that this is not related, the requirements in this regulation are not applicable to when handcuffs or other restraint-like devices are used for security and transportation. So this is absolutely related to when restraints are used for behavioral purposes, not for security and movement and transport and those types of things. Just clarifying that. Looking for either approval or any discussion or recommendation, Pamela?
Yes, so Disability Rights California did a really lengthy analysis of the use of the restraint chair. And we got the policies from all 58 counties, did a survey, and found that 9 counties, including some rural counties that didn't even have, a lot of resources, said they decided not to use restraint chairs because they didn't have the medical or mental health appropriate people to come and supervise its use, because it can be actually a fairly, even though it may seem innocuous, it's just a chair. There was a case in San Luis Obispo County a couple years ago where somebody died in a restraint chair, and nationally there have been deaths because of people being restrained for too long. They get pulmonary embolisms. So there's counties we found throughout California that on their own said, we don't even want one. They're too complicated. We're not going to use them. We found counties that limit it to 2 hours, and the manufacturer itself of the restraint chair recommends that its use not exceed 2 hours. So I noticed that there was some proposed language from CJCJ. We would have drafted something ourselves, but just something limiting. In the event a restraint chair is used, facility staff shall use a restraint chair only for as long as needed to secure an incarcerated individual for transport to outside medical attention, and the use of the restraint chair shall not exceed 2 hours. And that's really in recognition that they're very tempting to use, I think, because they're transportable. You can just bring it to the person and they don't seem problematic, but in fact, these are problematic devices that really need medical supervision if used for a prolonged period of time. All that to say, yeah, we're asking that some language just be added. And I saw actually where it's similar to what I had said, but the one that's, if you scroll down, that CJCJ had recommended, but just the section that says the restraint chair shall only be used for as long as needed to secure an incarcerated individual for transport for outside medical attention, but not to exceed 2 hours within a 24-hour time period.
Sorry. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, it's okay. Thanks. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I just got interrupted and lost my train of thought. So go ahead, Sheriff Barnes. Sorry, I should keep myself on mute.
No worries. Hey, not my area of expertise, but I have a quick question. The 2 hour, you had mentioned manufacturer's recommendations. Was that specific to that particular chair, or is that a universal recommendation by the manufacturer? Because maybe it should just say, not to exceed the required recommendations of the manufacturer or something like that. Because I don't know where those recommendations come from. I don't know if they're consulting medical people when they build, the chair. But I just don't know where the 2 hours came from, if that was specific to that one manufacturer, or if that's across the board, or where that came from. That's all.
That one was, I think, SureGuard. I didn't do an exhaustive survey of all the I think that's one of the more commonly used chairs. And they clearly, it's all written all over the do not use for longer than 2 hours.
Yeah, I think some language that speaks to manufacturer's recommendations would be appropriate.
Sorry, I was on mute. So adding language to this particular regulation about limiting use of restraint devices, restraint chairs to that of the manufacturer's recommendations?
Yeah, not to exceed the recommended usage by the manufacturer or something like that.
And specific for all of them or for the restraint chair?
For the restraint chair.
Okay. And if it pleases the ESC, we can absolutely work that language in and put it in the recommendations for the BSCC board.
Yeah, I think that it would, be helpful for you all to work on the language. The one thing that I'm kind of a little unclear about it, it's only kind of what is recommended, like the stickers that are recommended. It seems like if 2 hours is kind of what's been recommended, I feel like having some kind of time frame on there could be helpful, because what if a manufacturer is like, oh, well, I don't know, we think 5 hours makes sense. Like, then, like it just seems like there could be a lot of variation or people could shop around for like a chair that allows for a longer time frame. To me, it just feels like, why not just add 2 hours now, especially since we know that one of the more commonly used chairs is 2 hours. And that seems to, it just doesn't, it feels like allowing for there to be that much discretion after this conversation probably is in the best interest of the individuals who may actually have to experience it.
Jerry?
Yeah, I think this is another one of those areas where we have a lot of safeguards in place for the medical, mental health, and all of them to look at it. So just want to remind you of that too.
And I am looking at the full regulation. I believe there is a requirement in there for 2 hour, 1 hour. So this is just a statement, not to argue one way or the other. People in restraints, after the facility manager approves, they need to be, continued retention needs to happen at a minimum of once every hour. And then there is a cap on it after 8 hours, taken to medical facility for further evaluation. Just so people are aware that that's included in the regulation as well. Oh, it's in there. Sorry. Continued retention shall be reviewed a minimum of every hour. That's in paragraph 4. So, yeah, I guess we're pretty close to either manufacturers or 2 hours. So if somebody wants to recommend one way or the other.
I could also add that some counties have adopted in their own policies 2 hours. So that's how we also came up with that number.
And I'd recommend the 2 hours. I think it allows for a little bit less discretion. And I feel like what also, it does allow for there to be, that up until 2 hours, but that there's a clear limit. And I think that that's also one of the goals of what we're trying to achieve here today, is for people to understand what it is that needs to happen after we leave this meeting.
I think if we went down that road, there needs to be language for similar to what I can't remember the gentleman's name from Sacramento mentioned, where it can't be a catch-all where all of them have to be out 2 hours. Some language that allows, if necessary, it could be extended. There has to be some language like that.
Well, I think that's where I Googled one manufacturer of restraint chairs. I mean, I think that's where there's that bound of the manufacturer's recommendation, if they're saying 2, then you would hope the agency is using that product in the way that it was intended. I don't know if the exigent circumstances should extend past a manufacturer. I don't know. This is a new one in terms of going with the manufacturers or limiting to 2 hours. So looking to see what others think, to take it as is or do 2 hours for restraint chairs.
Well, I wouldn't go, if we did 2 hours, it needs to be some language that allows under, extreme circumstances, we can keep them in there for a period of time more if there's a need, an absolute need, and it would have to be documented. That's my thoughts on it. The manufacturer recommendations, we can't assume they're all using the exact same one too, so I mean, that can take us in a whole other direction that'll have worse consequences.
Yeah, I think 2 hours would be fine if there was some language that allowed for discretion of, a mental health clinician or something like that. If there was some justification to exceed the 2 hour mark.
Does that sound reasonable to other members of the ESC? And we'll use language similar to what we've come up with in other areas.
I would be fine with that.
I agree.
I can see, yeah, if they need another 30, yeah, I would be fine with that.
And I think it was Jerry, sorry. I think somebody said at the discretion of a mental health clinician or somebody, so it would be, tied back to that,
Yeah.
piece. Okay. Okay. So basically we will approve all of these, and in that paragraph 6, it seemed, or in that paragraph 4, we'll take a look at the full regulation. We don't have the full regulation in there, and make sure that we fit in those words appropriately there. Thank you. So we have one more in this section. This is one that could generate some discussion, and this is related to section 1065, really focusing on the intent of the regulation being getting people out of their cells rather than focusing on exercise and recreation. So the revisions do take into account that you're outside of your cell for those things, but the intent being that as much time as possible out of the cell. So the work group recommendation was modified slightly, I believe, related to some public comment and some looking into best practices. And certainly there are some consent decrees out there about time out of cell that we can talk about. But the revision splits the requirement for exercise happening a minimum of 3 hours distributed over a period of 7 days, and then recreation allowing for 7 hours of recreation or out of cell time distributed over a period of 7 days. Now that is the minimum. And it's an enormous change and a change in the right direction from the original regulation, which was exercise and recreation minimum 3 hours over the period of 7 days in a week, which that's how many days are in a week. But again, this recognition that, and again, this is a minimum. Most agencies, and I would ask people to talk about their experiences as well. have people out of their cells in general for much more than that time. So this was a first pass at having a regulation that's more about out of cell time rather than 3 hours of exercise and recreation in a week. So that is the place to start the discussion and see what thoughts are out there. The BSCC staff does recommend approving this revised regulation, and would love to hear any thoughts. Jerry, do you have your hand up for this, or was that a lingering hand up?
Lingering hand.
I coined a new Zoom term. After a year and a half, we can still do that. Camila?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the comment. I've been looking at a lot of consent decrees. I think there was a DOJ CRIPA investigation of San Luis Obispo County Jail. There was a recent Alameda County consent decree. I mean, the constitutional minimums are so much higher than these. I'm just kind of feel like even with these, it's going to set up a minimal threshold that lays all these jails open to lawsuits. For I don't just the time. It seems really low. I'm kind of I don't know how to.
I want to put Rick on the spot for a second here, because again, not a lawyer and not a professional researcher. And this is difficult, right? Because this is a way to, there's no regulation about, solitary confinement, and there's no regulation about how much time you are to be spending, outside of your cell. Is there a constitutional minimum to that? I don't recall being able to find one. I know that there are consent decrees. I know there's American Bar Association has a recommendation. So I just wanted to ask Rick, again, putting him on the spot for having a law degree. And I know there are others out there, but about the constitutional minimum and what it is.
Well, yeah, I don't think you're going to find a case that says, here's the hours. But I think that for counties that are looking at the potential of being sued or are in the process, what they're going to find is that there are a host of experts that talk about the effects of being isolated or being locked down, even if it's with another person in a cell, that those effects are detrimental, that they will lead to decompensation. And that effect starts at, well, let me say it the other way. The way to minimize that is to have essentially 2 hours out of cell at a minimum a day, which is how we got to the 14 hours that we have in our consent decree. And I know there are other counties that have more hours than that, but I think that if part of this is trying to set a floor so that counties will not find themselves in litigation, I think you got to take into account those experts that are going to lead the court that you end up in to the idea that 2 hours is the minimum. 2 hours out of cell a day, that is.
Gotcha.
Now, we haven't said it that way. We haven't said it so that it's, it has to be 2 hours a day. And I think that would actually be very difficult for it's very difficult for us to hit 2 hours out of cell every day for every inmate. But if we can manage that spread over a week to get to the 14, I think that's a defensible minimum. I know others might think that it should be a lot higher, but I think 10 is going to set people up for the same kind of litigation my county went through.
Jerry?
Yeah, kind of echoing the same thing. I mean, Constitution, the word Constitution is thrown around a lot, but oftentimes you're not going to find it in a lot of these things. But the thing here is just understanding maintaining a baseline, I think it's good. But just because counties, through their attorneys, negotiated an hour doesn't mean you need to push it down on other counties through regulations. And I know even my county is listed in there for a high amount of hours, but it doesn't always work out for all the other counties. I just think just because we have a lot of remedial plans and consent decrees throughout the state, different large counties, normally the ones that are these apply to, you start applying these large county agreements on these small county agreements and you're setting them up for failure. That's my thought on it.
Other thoughts from ESC members? So right now, the regulation is written as, you know, that minimum of 10 hours. And hearing what Rick is explaining about the 14 hours. And understanding difficulty of applying the same standard across the state. It can be onerous. I would love to hear from anybody else about that as well, and see if we could come to a landing spot, either this or I hear 14. Pamela?
I think what really helped me conceptualize this when I looked at the survey responses and the feedback that we got from people who are incarcerated, and just talking about what this really looks like in terms of they're using that out of cell time to attend to their basic needs, like shower, exercise, communicate with loved ones, etc. So I mean, even that, it's not a lot of time to accomplish those things. So I just think as much as we can really try to set the bar, because I understand that, you know, sheriffs are in a difficult position, but maybe this is something they can bring back to their county boards of supervisors about why they need to be able to hire more staff to accomplish these sorts of things that are going to really have a real impact on the mental and physical health of individuals who are incarcerated.
Chair Barnes?
Yeah, I was just going to add in, I mean, sometimes it's not always the staffing, it's the physical space within the facility and classification challenges. And, you know, if you're a smaller jail that has, you know, one exercise yard, getting everybody use of that sometimes is a challenge if there's different classifications. So it's not just about, you know, the staff. And I was going to ask, I always struggle with these a little bit because I don't really know the makeup of the work groups. Do you have any insight as to what the work group makeup was? And because sometimes that helps provide clarity to the recommendations. And, you know, if there were subject matter experts that were part of these recommendations, I tend to lean that direction, assuming they've talked about many of the things that we're already talking about, and they've reached a compromise, and this is what they've proposed. And so to me, that's helpful sometimes.
So just looking up on my computer, if I can pull up, I mean, I say this with a deep breath, in that when we set up our work groups, we had a really good balance of people from the field, people from the community to participate, and we didn't always get everybody that we wanted to participate in those groups. We had mostly civilian programs managers from sheriff's departments. I apologize, I was just looking at this. And then we had some people from community-based organizations to provide community input. And I think this is a tough one. I don't know that we had as much balance as we could have had on that group. And when I say that, I think in terms of people that might recognize litigation around this that's been developing over the last couple of years. So
Yeah, I would agree with the litigation part. And I also want to be sensitive to, the mental health component. And, I think as it was mentioned, I mean, having time to do all the things that you need to do, attend to your needs, call your loved ones, all those types of things. But, I also realize this could be problematic for some people, not from the staffing perspective, but from the physical barriers and classification issues. And so, yeah, it's tough.
I think though, if we were charged to use best practices, I mean, I think the community input did cite things like ABA, American Bar Association standards, just the input from, I mean, when you look at these different consent decrees, it's not just people coming up with this or who are super idealistic and unrealistic. I mean, they have to pass muster. You have people who understand the overlay between corrections and clinical to be approved as a court expert, to come up with standards that are going to then end up as part of the consent decree, or that would pass through litigation. You can't just sort of come up with unreasonable standards that you're just making up on your own. And again, going back to the best practices part, which we're being charged to do, I think we need to move it more than, well, it's hard and this is the best that people can do, to more moving towards the direction of raising the bar a bit at a minimum.
Yeah,
I would say 3 hours, not 2.
Oh, go ahead, Aubrey.
And I was also gonna say, this is also why we do have public comment and we do solicit input from the public, and that's what we did. And now that we have that information, I think that it's only fair for us to use that in our continued conversations and deliberation about what makes sense. And we now do have examples of how challenging it can be to try to do, so many life activities in such a short amount of time. And now that we have that information, which is expertise, because it's based on people's lived experience, so they are experts in what is happening to them and what the challenges are that they are facing. And so I just want to make sure that we're using the word expert in the manner that it should be used for this conversation, which is that people who are actually living these challenges are experts in their own experience and what implementation looks like from their perspective, because they're the ones that are going to have to live with the consequences of any decisions that we have to make. And with that input, we do know that we need to what Camila said, really think about what a bare a base looks like, and that having 2 hours a day, having more time is kind of at a baseline of what we should be talking about right now.
And certainly that's what these regulations are intended to be, as minimum standards, that baseline, grounded in best practices. Rick?
Yeah, I don't think any sheriff department that I've had experience with would disagree with the idea that they'd like to get people out as much as possible. And I totally understand the staffing constraints. Went through that here when we had our own consent decree negotiations. But, and I don't want to say this without being sensitive to the real people that have to live through this. I'm not trying to minimize that, but I just want to say, from the point of view of, if you get into litigation as a county, and then you actually are going to fight it, right? This is the issue you're going to fight on. I believe this wholeheartedly, that courts will find that it is unconstitutional because it is cruel and unusual, because it leads to decompensation if inmates are not out of their cell at a minimum of 2 hours a day. Because there will be experts, and by the experts, I mean not just people with the lived experience, but people that have studied the issue, that have written about the issue, that have testified in other court proceedings, that is the minimum. So I really truly believe that 2 hours is going to come, or 14 hours a week, however you want to say it, is the minimum threshold. And, you know, people may disagree with me, but I really believe that if you fight that in court, and you have to have your advocate stand up for you and explain why, oh yes, it's okay that we're only allowing someone out an hour a day. That is a tough argument to make.
Any other recommendations to bring this one forward for approval? Hearing 2 hours, which you could do by increasing either exercise or recreation, or having a standard time frame of 14 hours a week. Yeah, sorry, I had to check my math. Just seeing what people think about that.
Yeah, I'll just say, I mean, this is a tough one. It really is. And I don't, you know, I certainly understand the need, and I think, you know, back to what Aubrey was saying. I mean, I did acknowledge the fact that there were not, it didn't sound like mental health clinicians and some others that were part of this work group. And so those things all have to be taken into consideration. So I'm certainly not, you know, oblivious to that fact. But I also know, because I've talked to people too, just because somebody agrees to something in a consent decree doesn't mean they're successfully complying with that. I mean, we hear stories the other way as well about, geez, I really wish I hadn't agreed to that because I can't do that now in practice. And so, you know, this is a tough one. And yeah, I don't know that there's a good answer, but I would, again, tend to lean back on what was proposed by the work group, assuming that they put in the time and effort. If we feel that, you know, it's, I don't know what if we don't agree, and we don't even agree that the work group itself had a fair representation of different disciplines, do we just fall back to no standard, which I think is, you know, the old standard, which I think, to Pamila's point earlier, you know, it's some movement is better than none.
And I do, again, realizing that we can't make every, you know, hit every mark on this one. It's a significant step in a significant right direction.
No, I agree.
I think. I do want to mention that. And so again, just to close out here and close out this, not that we want to close out or end discussion prematurely, but knowing we have an hour and a half left to our very long day and trying to get through the Title 24 issues, I guess the thing to do is to see if the ESC has I mean, I know there's strong feelings both ways, but if the best path forward is to bring forward the recommendation before you, or staff can look more into this. I'm not quite sure what more we could look into, or what else we'd come up with differently other than, you know, the 2 hour minimum that we're talking about. So this is another really tough one, where you know, the subject matter expertise of people's experience really comes into play. So I'm not 100% sure what to do in terms of the best next step.
Well, I would agree that this is, you know, increasing the hours by a factor of 3 or more is a big jump. And so if this is the only consensus that we can get, that I mean, I've expressed my opinion, but I do agree that some progress is better than nothing. So. I can agree to staff's recommendation.
Yeah, thank you, Rick. And I'd be curious to know, I mean, if we accepted these recommendations and, we move the line some over the course of, the next inspection cycle, whether or not you were finding feedback that staff was in compliance and they were in compliance relatively easily, or you're getting feedback that, geez, man, that really hurt us. We can't do that because of, whatever their issues are. And if everybody's meeting this proposed standard, then maybe, the next cycle we discuss 14 hours instead of, 10 or whatever it is.
That's absolutely how we want to continue to do regulation revisions, because our field representatives are subject matter experts as well.
Right.
And hopefully we'd be in a position to collect some of those data.
Yeah, I mean, I would recommend accepting this and then, recognizing that it is progress forward and then getting some feedback through the next inspection cycle. See how well people are adjusting and if everybody's in compliance.
Yeah, I can support that too. To start getting us moving.
Any other thoughts or comments? We'd move this forward as is. And again, I know I've said it before, these don't fall into a vacuum. The team that is working on this now will be working on this again. And, certainly making, improvements to our systems as well. So we'll move that forward. That ends the third section in Title 15 rather. That is
May I recommend like a 5-minute restroom break if possible?
yes. What I want to do is we need to have public comment. Do you want to take a public comment or relief break first?
I'm over 50, so I need to go to the restroom.
So we're going to take a 5-minute break. If we can come back at 3:40, we'll jump right into public comment and then get into the Title 24, which is great. So 5-minute break for everybody. Thank you. So it's 3:40. If people could start coming back.
Allison, I'd like to ask a question if you have a second.
Sure.
On the last thing we were doing, because was it saying a combination that and or rec yard are out of cell time, equating that number? Is that that's what it was?
I don't think so. Let me look at my piece of paper here.
I know we want to move forward with everything, but I just want to
Where?
clarify.
Where are you looking, Jerry?
On the slide you had up there, let me see, go back with the recreation, out of cell times, what we're looking at.
Okay. So on page 14, I don't know if Lindsay is back at her.
So, yeah.
Oh, there she is. Hi, Lindsay. Thank you.
So it says a recreational program which will allow an opportunity for 7 hours of recreational or out of cell time distributed over a 7-hour period.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one or the other, right? So they could be in their cell or recreation. Is that what I'm reading? Because I see some benefits of it, because a lot of jail systems have challenges getting all the rec time, but if it's either or, is that what that's allowing?
You know, that was a good call. A lot of times, again, I'm going to explain some of the human element of drafting regulations. Sometimes you look at it so many times and make grammatical errors as you write them.
Because I think Rick brought up a lot of great points, hires there. So I just want to make sure I'm not not paying attention to everything he's saying.
The intention is that it is out of cell time. That is the intent of this regulation revision. And I want to believe, and I might not have the documents right in front of me, that there is going to be a definition for recreation that, hold on one second. It's a really good question, Jerry. Hold on.
Because maybe what it sounds like, they tried to combine two functions into one regulation. Like recreation should have been independent of out of cell time. Just, but I see what they're trying to do. And obviously we are way late in this game. We're months behind, but I could see probably it would have probably read a little bit better, a bit more clarifying if we talked about rec and it's rec, and then out of cell making a statement for out of cell, meaning the housing unit, because they are two different things, because I get what Rick is saying too. And because he's right. I mean, we want inmates out of the cells as much as possible, but the design is a little different. You may have some old linear jails still out there.
We were just talking about that.
Yeah, where it makes it so problematic and challenging. So I kind of get that too. So I didn't mean to bring it back, but is that what the intent was? I just make sure I was right.
So again, in kind of like, sometimes backing change into a previously written regulation doesn't work as well as you would expect. So the intent is that is out of cell time. And the definition for recreation means the individual's ability to choose from activities, occupy attention, offer relaxation. Some people might choose to do recreation in their cell. I mean, that's that. Okay, so sorry, I switched my train of thought. We also added a definition of out of cell time, means time spent outside of the sleeping area where an individual has the opportunity to exercise or participate in recreation. So that is intended that we should probably futz around with the wording. It should be, it should all be out of cell. That recreation time should be out of cell.
Okay, we may want to clarify that.
It's out of cell.
Okay.
And yeah, I'll just stop there because
okay.
I think we ended up in an okay place. So what I'd like to do is open up the discussion for public comment before we jump into more work in Title 24. Tina, if you could see
Yes,
who is
I
in
have Melissa Camacho Chang. I'm sorry.
Melissa, thank you. Let's see.
Hi, Melissa, are you there?
Yes, sorry, it took me a bit to figure out how to
No
unmute.
problem. Please go right ahead.
Melissa Camacho Chung from the ACLU of Southern California. I just want to point out that there were some comments made about how there's incremental improvement in the out of cell time. And just want to note that that is not the case for people who live in congregate settings. This changes nothing for them because they have technically quote unquote recreation in that congregate setting, but they're still only allowed 3 hours of exercise per week. And at least in Los Angeles County, that is all on one day. So they only get 1 day outside of their congregate living area. And that is well below ABA standard recommendations, which the recommendation is 1 hour per day of outside time, particularly where available. And so I'm just pointing out that the outdoor time for people in congregate settings is well below what is considered the national standard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melissa. We have others?
Brian Goldstein.
Go ahead, Brian.
Good afternoon. Brian Goldstein with the Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice. Want to provide public comment on 2 sections. First, section 1055, use of safety cells. Spending 12 hours in a safety cell is a long time. It's devastating. And I would refer the committee and the public to a 2019 SAC-B investigation of safety cells in Kern County, which shows the long-term impact of them. We support limiting the use of safety cells to 6 hours, along with an immediate assessment. And then for section 1065, out of cell time, we conducted a survey of Californians in jail who've gotten out recently and those currently inside. 89% of respondents said they needed at least 3 hours per day to attend to their basic needs. We recommend 7 hours of exercise over a period of 7 days and a minimum of 3 hours of recreational or out of cell time per day. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Hyla Ganton.
Hello, please go ahead.
Hello, Hyla Gunthan from the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I'm also commenting on out of cell time. I do believe that those who are incarcerated should be allotted extra time out of cell over the course of between 4 to 7 days, knowing that this population has higher risk for non-communicable diseases and just the environment of jails itself exacerbate that. I just support this, so thank you.
Thank you, Hyla. Other comments?
Miguel Garcia.
Miguel, please go ahead.
Thank you, ESC members. Hello, my name is Miguel Garcia. I'm with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition as the advocacy coordinator. I would like to speak on Article 5, Item 1058, use of restraints. As a young man, I remember the correctional staff having to wrap around waist chains twice around my waist because I was small. But I'd like to highlight that a suggested revision would be physical restraints should be utilized only when all less restrictive alternatives, including verbal de-escalation techniques, have been attempted. Jail staff frequently do not take the time to attempt alternatives to restraints. Verbal de-escalation is increasingly emphasized in the community for addressing individuals in crisis, can be effective in preventing the need for restraint. De-escalation is at the core of restraint reduction. we suggest a revision to create a separate regulation for restraint chair use that includes additional requirements, including conducting a medical and mental health assessment of individuals prior to the use of restraint chair
Time.
or at the inception of its use. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. Other comments?
Claire.
Clara, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Claire Courtwright. I am an attorney with the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley, and I just wanted to comment quickly on the time limit of safety cells. Something that I think should be raised is a recognition by the committee that those are inherently harmful procedures. And so it makes sense to place a hard limit on that kind of procedure, given that they are harmful, and it is harmful the longer that it continues. So I support the 6-hour time limit, if not something more restrictive. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Claire. Other comments?
No more comments on the line.
Okay. After hearing comment, anything back to the executive steering committee?
I just have a kind of a broader question. Because today I have felt at a disadvantage just being told, well, there's certain counties that can't do it, and just continuously being told that there's just no way. And it feels if that's the case, it's going to be difficult to ever really accomplish much in this regulatory process. And it makes me, I've had to take at faith and face value that there's just counties that can't accomplish this. But I haven't really seen, there's obviously not data that's been presented at this meeting to support necessarily all of those statements. I've just taken them at face value. You had mentioned, Allison, that the Department of Finance looks at these to see if there's fiscal impacts. And it's something to consider going forward. I do want to move on to the 2024 regs, but there have been really compelling input about how many of these things that are part of the regulations are so harmful, safety cells, the lack of people being able to get outside, and to do kind of a more data-driven analysis at some point. To what extent is it impossible or difficult? What modifications can be done? What counties maybe can get augmented resources? I just think that would be helpful, sort of looking at this globally. And I know we can't necessarily accomplish that in the context of this process, but I think just more data to inform these decisions. Thank you.
Yeah, that would certainly be an ideal. I agree with you. I don't think I think about that a lot in terms of resources, for us as well. It would be wonderful to have those data available and readily available.
Okay. Are we on to Title 24?
We're on to Title 24.
Okay.
So we're kind of going to go back to the previous format. We have non-substantive revisions to Title 24 in our first section, and then we have some substantive revisions with discussion, substantive revisions, rather, that we didn't necessarily anticipate discussion about. But again, we'll go through that, explain what the changes are, and see if the ESC would approve them. And then finally, the last one, save the best for last, is that discussion about observation cells and what they would look like in terms of physical plant. So that number one, non-substantive and administrative revisions. Again, these are changes that don't have impact on the operation of a local detention facility. They're grammatical changes or updates. So if, Lindsay, if you wouldn't mind popping those up there. And again, if it would please the ESC to take a quick look through and make sure, I can certainly go through each one, or we can scroll quickly through them and approve the revisions to the non-substantive as a group.
Yeah, I'm thinking in most cases, these are just a word change or something like that, correct?
They are, and perhaps we can kind of go through them slowly and take a pause, accepting a word change. And then the next one, I think, yeah, so there's that one. And then changing the word from bed unit to bunk fixture. That's actually makes a little bit of a difference in the word change. The next one is in day rooms, changing to separation from segregation. Again, that word change. The next page is getting rid of the and changing it and changing it to or. And then the last two are an and or fix up, and then changing the word table to an actual desk in a housing cell, so that it's not just a table, but it's, you know, a desk that can be used for both writing and eating. Has everybody had a chance to consider those for the ESC? So what we had done in the last one was we had public comment after each section. Actually, since we had like 71 pages, we did them after each article. So I think I'd like to use the same process and then open it up and see if there's public comment after the approvals for this non-substantive group, and then do the same for substantive. So ESC members have any questions, comments, or moving to approve? So hearing none, I feel comfortable with these changes. They're non-substantive and we can move those forward.
Yep.
Fantastic. And seeing if there's any public comment on these non-substantive revisions. Tina, I don't know if anybody has their hand up.
I don't see anything on the queue at all.
Good.
So, oh, I see.
Wait a minute, Miguel.
Yeah. Hi, Miguel. We see your hand up. Go ahead, Miguel.
Sorry about this, Allison, in the ESC. I just wanted to bring up whether voting was discussed. I know that with Prop 17 being passed into law and one election has gone by, has counties or county jail administrators discuss how to best provide voter registration information for individuals incarcerated? And that'll be it. Thank you.
So I can let you know that there were no revisions, but the current regulation very specifically requires the sheriff of each county to ensure that they are following state and local election code. Again, it puts the onus on the sheriff to make sure that people who are eligible are able to go through that process. It's very tied to what's in the election codes. Does that answer the question? I hope.
Yeah, I would just urge that that there be more clarity and a guidance on that process of registering, and while providing or hanging up voter registration information in pods, dormitories, and handing out pamphlets or including that type of information inside the orientation packets. But thank you so much.
Yeah, and that's included there. Thank you, Miguel. Any comments on the Title 24?
No more comments on the queue.
Thanks, Tina. So starting with the substantive proposed revisions, try to move through these and making sure that people have time to process. The first 5 pages in the definitions. So, and again, to make a super quick note about the Title 24 regulations and how They differ from Title 15 regulations. So Title 24 regulations sit in the California Building Standards Code. So it comes with a little bit different process of codifying those regulations. And one of the biggest components of that is that when we make changes to Title 24 that are related to physical plant, like say you wanted to make cells be 37 square feet, that wouldn't apply retroactively to facilities that are already standing. That applies in the future to facilities that are being constructed. So it's a really important thing to remember as we go through this. Your recommendations will make changes to facilities being built in the future. So just please keep that in mind. It's an important distinction. So, and there's two pieces in Title 24. There's part 1 and part 2. And part 1 is the administrative piece. And it talks about definitions that are used in the regulations. And what we did for these first 5 pages is that we put in the same definition that is in Title 15. If it is seen in Title 24, we added it. So anything that you see here, like the alternate means of compliance and the definition for developmentally disabled, it's the same regulation that you've approved in Title 15. So take a look through the definitions. There's the few changes that have been made. And we always, as staff, administratively go through to make sure we haven't missed anything. So again, certainly if there's a definition that we've missed, we'll make sure it gets in there. So that is the first regulation that we're looking at, the definitions, and you can see what's been added. So looking to see how people feel about these changes. And you will see some different definitions in there related to pilot projects and the like, things that are very specific to building projects. So any thoughts on this first bunch of regulations, the definitions?
No, I mean, if they're consistent with Title 15, and I don't have any objections to what I'm seeing so far. We slow down just a little bit. There we go.
Oh. Has everybody had a chance to review?
I'm good.
Are we good with these changes? Sorry, it's getting late in the day. I'm looking at boxes. Good?
I'm good.
Any other questions or comments from ESC members? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next section. This regulation is broken up into a bunch of different pieces. It's called initial planning for a local detention facility, and it spans the next 5 pages. And it starts here on page 5. What this regulation does is it provides a guide for facilities that are being constructed, what things need to be in that facility and what are the parameters around them. So, and it's broken into a couple different sections. So that first one, we made 2 changes, adding space for commissary changing the segregation to separation. So that's the first change that you see there. And we can go through each one if you want to say that looks good or no, I want to change X, Y, and Z. There are a bunch in this particular group. So I'll pause for a moment there. Actually, in this section, there's a piece on the next page. Again, this is what it's called the operational program statement. So an agency intending to build has to let the BSCC know what they are intending to do with each of these sections. And then last there, they do have to describe how minors will move within the secure areas of the facility if they will be holding minors according to the Welfare and Institutions Code. So that's the first change. Any comments or questions or move to approve that first section?
I'd move to approve.
So the second group there on page 6 is, let's see here. Line 14 is just incorporating all the different types of facility, calling them all local detention facilities. The next section is related to suicide hazards in a facility that's being built. What we've added here to be very, very, very clear that in any, it's impossible to eliminate every single way that someone could harm themselves, but in an effort to ensure that any place where a person may be left alone without that direct visual supervision, these suicide hazards, and they're not listed here, we can pull them up separately in the regulation, but that suicide mitigation applies to any of those areas, not just housing cells where they can be locked in. So that's like breakaway hooks. You can't have telephone cords. You can't have any edges or places that you could loop material. And it's extending all of those requirements to any place that a person may be left without direct visual observation. So it really does recognize that you don't just do suicide mitigation in housing areas.
We had, I think later on, there's a reference to the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Yeah, you'll see that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I mean, would it help to add here? Because I don't, and any other where may be left alone without following, okay, so I'm thinking the facility design shall avoid any surfaces, et cetera, and provide adequate physical accessibility for people with disabilities. I'm just wondering if, yeah, we need to restate it there, or will they know to do that?
If you can scroll up to the next page, Lindsay, there's a whole section on spaces for people, persons with disabilities. Oh, the other way. There we go. See the spaces for persons with disabilities. So again, that applies to the whole entire facility. Okay. And then we've added reference specifically that facilities need to comply with the ADA standards for accessible design. So again, the the spaces for persons with disabilities encompasses the entire facility. So I don't know that there's value in adding it there to the suicide hazards if it would be any different, because I think you'd want the same level of suicide prevention for all people housed in the facility.
Okay.
So we jumped a little bit, we started with the addition to that suicide hazards, and you can see on this next page, we kind of started at the bottom, adding reference to compliance with ADA, and then you can see, oh, can you go the other way, Lindsay? Sorry. Go to the single and double occupancy cell, sorry. Oh gosh, you can tell it's the end of the day. So the next page, the top of page 7 is single, and we just changed, these are some non-substantive changes, single or double occupancy cells, changing segregation to separation. And there's only 2 more actual changes in this, this one big, huge regulation for facilities planning to build a new facility. On page 9, we made the hair care space more inclusive. You don't need to have, this is kind of a really outdated reference to men's hair cutting and female hairdressing. So it's just space for hair care for all people in the facility. So that's the last change. So like I referenced, there's a bunch of different changes on each line that we're recommending that the ESC approve. So if somebody wants to pull one of those off for discussion or approve them all in this section, look to see what people think.
Does anybody have anything they want to pull for discussion? Okay. I'll make a motion to approve.
So we can approve all the changes to initial planning for a local detention facility.
Sure.
And we can start on page 10 of 17. Now, if you recall, what we just wrapped up, it could take me 12 hours to explain the difference between 15 and 24. But the piece we just looked at, those are the administrative regulations for construction. So those are all the things that an agency needs to do beforehand in the planning process. So now we're in part 2, which is the physical, what a physical structure would look like. So you'll see a little bit of difference in those regulations. So the first page are some definitions. And there you will see the observation cell definition, which again, we really haven't discussed at length. So it goes with the observation cell discussion at the very end. Just an observation cell, meaning a cell used for housing an inmate under close observation. So what I recommend is that you hold this definition for discussion until we get to that observation cell. And the rest of them, like the type 1 facility and the type 4 facility, exact same changes you saw earlier in part 1. And if there's approval from the ESC on those, we can move to the next section in Title 24. Again, we're gonna not approve the observation cell. We'll hold that open for discussion a little bit later. So on page 11, this talks about what types of things, again, losing words by the end of the day, need to be in a reception and booking area. 2 of these changes are pretty minimal. Just to make consistent, we don't have a definition for a cell, but we do have a requirement for a holding cell. So in that first line, adding holding cell, and the second one is sobering cell so there's a requirement that in facilities that hold intoxicated persons have a sobering cell in that reception area. It's not a requirement that every single facility have a sobering cell. And if a facility is going to have a sobering cell and they accept all genders of people, there should be at least 2 sobering cells so you can provide separation for people, except in temporary holding facilities, because there usually isn't the volume of people in the sobering cell, and there's not many temporary holding facilities that even have sobering cells. So those are the 2 changes in reception and booking. I can take any questions or make any clarifications or see if there are any other recommendations.
I don't have any questions. I don't know if anybody else has any.
So seeing none, we'll approve those 2 changes to reception and booking. The next one is the exercise area, and this is where that definition from Title 15, why the term outdoor isn't used at all in Title 15, which is interesting. I think I'll hold that thought for just a second. So these are the recommended changes to the exercise area. Quite a bit of changes were made. So again, just you can see the changes. Dedicated exercise area. Again, these are prospective, not retroactive. Dedicated exercise area, accommodating the ability for large muscle activities. Ability to provide natural light, access to fresh air, and that. So this is where some of the discussion about having outdoor spaces could land. So looking for any comments or discussion or recommendations.
I thought this language existed already for the most part.
Well, not quite sure. The blue areas are the ones that are added, and the red strikeout are the ones that are being recommended for deletion.
Okay. Oh, it's we just consolidated, it looks like.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. And I do apologize. Like, this is where we have not talked about this in a long time. So I am digging back deep into my memory to pull some of this stuff forward. So any assistance that anybody can give is helpful. But yes, it's consolidating, putting it all together, and requiring that whether it's an indoor or an outdoor exercise area, that there is access to natural light and fresh air.
Yeah, and that can be accomplished with like a sidewall with metal grating with some natural light and some air, right? That would meet that definition if that were to come into place.
It can,
Okay.
yes.
All right. I know it's not retroactive, but I just want to make sure we're being reasonable too at the same time.
Are there any comments or move to approve these changes?
I'd move to approve.
Yeah, I second.
Could we add that I think ACLU submitted saying exercise area must be equipped with a place for rest, shelter from inclement weather, and exercise equipment? And if they're building these, if this is for places that haven't been built yet, seems decent.
So Pamela, if you, on page 13, Lindsay, in the middle, the exercise area must be equipped with a place for rest, shelter from inclement weather, and exercise equipment. I'll put that back out to the ESC. I think that we'll probably run into some of the same discussions about subjectivity. But I would, again, just look to the members of the ESC to contribute to that discussion.
Yeah, I'd recommend not adding that, but I'm only one person. I'm with the sheriff. Thanks for the other group.
I recommend adding it since it was since it's prospective and that those things can be taken into consideration for the future.
Any thoughts?
Yeah. Well, I don't know what a place to rest means. Does that just mean a stationary bench?
Yeah, like a seat or something, maybe.
Yeah, what is that? And then some of these are, granted, I know we're building going forward. Some of these are open air, which I think was kind of the intent, to have fresh air and access to sunlight, but now you want it covered, or at least a place to get out of the way from inclement weather. So I'm not quite sure how you are accomplishing both of those without some pretty significant design challenges.
Right. I mean, a place to rest could be a bench, that could be achieved, but the other ones, I don't know if they, I think it'd be a bit much, but I don't know.
It seems like the shelter from inclement weather means, and I could be wrong, like there's just like a part of that space where people can still be outside, like if it's raining, but there's like, you know, some kind of there's some kind of shelter that's built there. Like it doesn't necessarily mean that the entire recreation space needs to have that, but that there's some space outside that people can still enjoy that space. But if it rains, then that doesn't necessarily, you know, like say, oh, well, it's raining, so now you don't get to enjoy any outdoor activities. So
I think that's an important distinction. The regulation wouldn't sorry, and I really am starting to get tired in my words. There's no requirement that if it were raining that people would have to go out in the rain. And I suppose, again, I put that out to the facility administrators. If it were raining and somebody wanted to go out, not that it has rained ever in a long time, I forget what it looks like. But it wouldn't, I don't know, I might not be addressing it. People wouldn't have to go out in the rain, I guess is what I'm saying. I see the benefit of being able to be outside and covered from the rain.
Sorry, maybe I was unclear. I think that what, and I could be wrong, what this is getting at is that people may still want to be outside. Not that, you know, not that it's necessarily something where, oh, you have to go outside, but it gives people the option to still go outside, even if the weather isn't sunny. So
The only thing I was like the sheriff mentioned, Allison, what I could see, even though this is going forward, that, I mean, the ideal is they want to try to design recreation yards that are open to the top. That's the safest for a jail recreational yard for escape and that sort of thing. So it gives you a lot of natural light and air. The problem will happen if we try to accommodate something like this, you'll find a lot of them designing it in a much smaller version of a metal grate on the side wall, and they wouldn't be really getting hardly any natural light or air, which you're trying to achieve, right? More of. And I think it'd be counterproductive. That's what I can see them doing forward to get around this.
I'd be okay with removing that part if that were to be the result. I do have a new thing to throw in, which wouldn't be mandatory, but when possible. I think in previous comments, there was something about ideally trying to have some view or sight of vegetation. I can't remember where I saw that. I'm just not, which it would, let's see, these are prescriptive, so I'm trying to think where possible, line of sight of vegetation.
Did you, I'm sorry, Pamela, I was looking at the shelter from inclement weather and striking that out, adding the rest, and then I find the vegetation thing really difficult. And I guess I would prefer that ESC members can have that discussion. I think it falls into, I mean, it's an ideal for sure. And I see the benefit of it, but I don't know how we accomplish that statewide. I just don't know how we accomplish.
Yeah, I would recommend against that as well.
So going back, I think we kind of conceded that the exercise area must be equipped with a place for rest and probably be easily accommodated. But the other part of that, we said we were going to remove.
That's what I heard for those on page, that blue highlighted area.
Right.
Equipped
I would
with a,
support that.
Yeah, that's fine.
okay. So adding that and the rest of the regulation, we would approve as is.
Yeah, I would support approving that.
I would too.
Any other ESC members have comments or questions or recommendations or, and if I don't see any hands up or hear any recommendations, we can move on to the next regulation. Thank you. So the next one is the audio monitoring system. And this is, oh, did I miss one? Did I miss a page?
Miss Commissary,
How did I do that?
that was page 14.
You're right. I mean, I could go on and on with my quips about pandemic life, but I'm just not used to paper anymore. Commissary, okay, commissary. Area shall be provided for secure storage of the stock for inmate canteen items unless the agency uses an external vendor to deliver items. So this is sort of a practical change to regulation. More and more, and again, invite discussion, more and more agencies are going to vendors that would deliver the commissary items rather than having a stock or a store in the facility. So that's just updating that. So any questions or comments or discussion on that one?
Nope, that seems fine.
Okay, great. We'll move that one forward. And then maybe I knew that was going to go smooth. So we'd go to audio monitoring systems. And the change here is actually pretty practical as well. It's just, it's in anticipation of adding a observation cell and observation cell. So just ensuring that and clarifying that it's, we use the term inmate in this regulation, we'll update it, but that it's actuated by the person in that area. It's not a passive audio monitoring system. They can hit a button or get somebody to respond to their call, clarifying that it would be in an observation cell should we choose to put those in there, and also adding it to dining rooms as well. So it's just expanding the list of places and clarifying that that audio monitoring system has to be actuated by the person in that area. It can't be a passive system.
That makes
And this
sense.
is,
Yep,
yeah, and this is also important to note that this is consistent with fire and life safety requirements
That's
as
good
well.
stuff.
Yeah. Great. So hearing no discussion or comments, we can approve that one. Beds. This goes along with improving the requirements for suicide prevention. It was implied that beds have a solid bottom. When we would go inspect for those in a pre-opening inspection, what we wouldn't want to see was a bedpan with holes or perforations that somebody could attach something to be used as a ligature. But unfortunately, we sometimes didn't always see that. The solid bottom didn't always come with a bedpan with no perforations. So clarifying that no perforations, and then secondary to that, when a bunk or a bed is affixed to a wall, that there's no space between the bunk and the wall. It's a common place for, unfortunately, for people to harm themselves by attaching something in that gap between the wall and the bed. So just making sure that beds are flush to the wall.
Long overdue.
Yeah.
What,
Yeah.
Now, is there any regulation on the Title 24 related to ladders? I've seen some jails built with ladders, and it seems to be counterproductive to go
So-
from one bunk to the second.
That's a great conversation that we could probably, talk about for quite some time, especially since they theoretically, a typical ladder has space for attachment. So we sort of combine that in. If you were to look at that suicide mitigation regulation up in operational planning, you need to, it's very general, like no space for attachment. So when there are bunk beds and ladders, we've seen some super duper creative solutions. One of them is our molded plastic stairs that you can affix, not stairs, like ledges that attach to the wall or attach to the bed and don't have an extra space for attachment. So we look for innovation, and the people that build these or make these products have gotten pretty savvy with suicide prevention. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
And the last, so do we have approval for that one? I sense that would be a yes.
I support it.
Yes.
Great. And then the last one in the substantive group is seating. So in temporary holding and temporary staging cells, you need to have some sort of seating, again, that's affixed to the wall. And the Title 24 standards have always required 18 inches of bench space, basically, so a person has at least 18 inches of space to sit. If there were another person in there, that 18 inches per person would essentially allow for some space. But the regulation didn't account for how wide that bench or seating was. So 12 inches, from the wall or the space. So somebody, not that this would ever happen, but you couldn't build a 2-inch ledge that had 18 inches of space per person. So kind of a sense, a best practice reflection here.
Yep, sounds reasonable.
So approval for this one?
Yeah, I vote to approve.
No issue, I approve. Vote to
No
approve.
issues.
Any other ESC members want to comment or question that one? With that, we have gotten through the substantive revisions in Title 24, approved most of them, made a couple of recommendations with respect to outdoor space. So with that, we can open it up to public comment on this section. So Tina, if there's anybody in the queue.
Melissa Camacho.
Hello, Melissa.
Thank you very much. I just would like to speak on the outdoor space and just point out what it looks like is happening in this call. The Title 24 regulations had previously required an outdoor space. When public comment through the ACLU and others pointed out that facilities were not actually meeting the Title 24 requirements by not having outdoor space, the response appears to be now outdoor space is no longer required. Even in new facilities, it's either outdoor or indoor. And the reason for that requirement being only that current facilities do not seem to be meeting what was previously required. I think that's highly problematic when the national standards and international standards require outdoor time for people to successfully rehabilitate back into their communities. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Melissa. Any other comments?
Yes, next is Priya Sethi.
Okay, Priya, please go ahead.
Unmute. Okay. Hi, yeah, I'm also interested in speaking regarding outdoor time, especially with the view of vegetation question. Someone mentioned how like there might be a loophole now where you can just put up something graded, which provides access to fresh air and sunlight. But I think the purpose of adding a sentiment similar to view of vegetation is to ensure that that doesn't happen and there actually is some resemblance of an outdoor space. And earlier when we were discussing Title 15 regulations and the question of litigation came up, there's been like countless research about how outdoor time is like really crucial to the mental health and well-being generally of people that are incarcerated. So just furthering on what Melissa said, it seems like there really isn't any effort being made to ensure that there's actually something really resembling an outdoor area. So just something to consider there.
Great, thank you, Priya.
Next is Next Generation Fellowship.
Hello, please go ahead.
Hi, sorry for the change in email accounts. This is Renee Menard with the Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice. I also wanted to just lift up the need for improved definitions and requirements around outdoor space. This is a really critical component of life inside the facilities, and stepping back from the BSCC's responsibility to uphold the conditions that are most in alignment with best practices would be a huge detriment to the people who are currently inside. Outdoor for any reasonable person means a space with open, fresh air, exposure to sunlight, and a space that's not fully enclosed. This is not what is happening at the county facilities, and this needs to be addressed in these regulations in order to ensure proper treatment of people in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next
That's
comment.
it for there's no more left on the queue.
Okay, thank you. Based on the public comment, is there any further discussion by the ESC that we need to go back and address?
Yes, I have my hand raised. This is Pamela. I went back and looked at it more carefully. I think on the exercise area, I think if we're talking about building going forward, why should we give outdoor exercise is preferred? It may not be practical. If they're building, if this is for new construction, why can't they? I don't see why we can't make this a requirement given the overwhelming evidence that we've heard referred to about how critical this is.
Just for clarification,
and to make that prescriptive.
What part were you talking about?
About a designated, so paragraph 1, dedicated exerciser areas must be provided in type 2 and type 3 facilities. Outdoor exercise area, it used to be must be provided. Now we're watering it down as preferred. Why not keep it back to must be provided if we're talking about construction going forward?
I think that is indicating a recreational space must be provided, not necessarily the type of space, is what the language originally was, I believe.
Well, it said outdoor, it was tied to the outdoor exercise area. So the previous regulation specified it had to be an outdoor exercise area. And then I noticed that there had been discussion in a prior meeting about giving a description for outdoor, which then was continued to the discussion about adding that to the Title 24 regulations, which mean a space with open, fresh air, exposure to direct sunlight, one that is not fully enclosed. And in view of vegetation, I mean, if we're talking construction going forward, this should be a reasonable standard. I can see you can't modify existing structures, buildings, and jails are doing their best, but
yeah, I think some of that
I think they should add this to the design.
Well, some of that becomes problematic. I mean, if you think, and I'm just thinking here, you know, because I know like the Sac County Jail, which is multiple stories high, even if the exercise to gain access to direct sunlight you would have to build the exercise facility at the top of that building. And the only thing you would have a view of at that point is other high-rise buildings in the immediate area. So you're almost limiting where you can build a correctional facility, specifically in urban areas. I don't know how you build up and have access to vegetation.
Well, at least for the outdoor part, you could do almost like a deck. I mean, I think an architect could address that. I don't think it's impossible. The point is to allow people to be outside. I'm willing to even say maybe the vegetation part might be difficult, but to be outside where you're have access to fresh air, sun.
Yeah, I thought we all agreed on that. I didn't know that was a hang up.
Well, when I looked back, I see that our revision is actually watering down the original regulation, because the original regulation specifies an outdoor exercise area.
Allison, did your team come up with this writing?
I don't have the work group notes in front of me. I am certainly willing to do a little bit more looking into this. This one is catching me a little bit by super. Finally, we found one that I hadn't prepared for exactly in the way to answer these questions. I honestly think I need to go back and look and see what the rationale behind this decision is. And I'm having some conversations about agencies that are built in, say, a high snow or high heat area where essentially there are times of the year that people can't go. I mean, you could go outside, but people choose not to go outside because of such extreme weather. So, and again, this is not saying objective, not trying to make a judgment one way or the other. And the, building a space that has access to fresh air in those areas would, as opposed to building two spaces, I think was some of the rationale, but I don't know that I quite understand the intent behind this change. So I'm just going to have to be super honest and open about that. At this moment. Yeah. Rick, did you ask that question or you had your hands up?
I have my hand up. Okay. I just want to say thank you to Sheriff Barnes, because Sacramento County Jail and the main jail is, just as the sheriff said, downtown with limited options. And as we've all talked about quite a bit today, we are under a consent decree. And one of the ways that we may have to meet that in the future is by future construction. So you put us in a very difficult position if we have these kind of restrictions on future construction, where we are trying to meet what I believe you would say are constitutional standards and best practices, but then we're being constrained by being able to do that because we can't meet these requirements. So as much flexibility as we can have in these is definitely what I think will be the way to accomplish the larger goals that we've talked about today.
Jerry?
Yeah, I just echo that sentiment there. Like Riverside County has a high rise in a major metropolitan area. I think the language we agreed to a little while ago, I mean, this language here is good enough to move forward. And I think it'll get us going, but you start adding too many limitations, it's going to really impact a lot of these places.
Good. So I think with the exception of researching the intent of the indoor or outdoor language, we agree on everything else, correct? And
I agree.
So Allison, your team's going to research that a little bit more and okay.
Yeah, I think that's again, just because here it is 15 minutes from being done and I don't want to jam through something that is really important and not quite having the understanding excuse me, understanding of exactly why. So I would like to do that and come up with a path forward, understanding the importance of it, really understanding the importance of it.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And it also takes into account our public comment and some of the concerns that were raised. So I think that's the appropriate thing to do.
So I will make a note for that. Which leaves, we did public comment, which leaves the very last one, which is that observation cell. Again, it kind of leaves open let me start over. The observation cell on the substantive matrix with discussion anticipated. So this was a proposed brand new regulation, again, prospective, or an agency could choose to make this space in their facility as well. So an observation cell, which does not exist right now. I mean, many facilities have non-rated observation cells that they use that might fit the requirements of this space. But moving forward, agencies could choose to build observation cells, and you can see the requirements that would be right there. And so I will pause there and see if there is any comments or questions from the ESC.
No, I mean, I will just say, I think this is entirely appropriate moving forward with future construction, if that's the intent. And I know we haven't scrolled down. I just, obviously suicide resistive, fixtures and things like that should be included in some of these.
Yeah, the only other thing, I think is long overdue for new construction. It's a great idea to have that in between phase. But can you confirm, do we know if we had some mental health people on this work group looking at this? The thing I was wondering if the flooring should be like a sobering cell type flooring for this type of area. I just don't know if that was necessary, if they thought that through. I think it's really good though that we're doing something about it.
I will look quick. I don't recall. Again, this is where we've hit I'm glad it's just the last couple of pages where we've hit gosh, we did this so long ago, and my memory is held out pretty well till now. Just might take me a minute to figure out who was on that work group. So we had actually representative from Disability Rights and a staff attorney from Disability Rights California, several architects, but we did not have a mental health clinician type person on that work group. And again, this is one that I think is long overdue as well. And we're also sort of leaving out where we there are no Title 15 regulations tied to this particular cell. It's just recognition that they do exist and putting some standards around it.
Yeah, it'd probably be fine, because if they're really in crisis or suicidal, they really should be in a safety cell. So hopefully we're trying to get them out of the safety cell in this area. They should be more stable, or else they wouldn't be in there. So this is probably okay the way it is. At least initially providing guidance to everybody.
Yeah, and that's definitely what the work group was thinking about, like a step down cell. And again, you could probably get mental health people into this discussion and talk about what that would look like, the physical plant requirements as far as fixtures and flooring. But again, that recognition that there is this need for this step down options for people that don't need to be in as restrictive as an environment as a safety cell or restraints, but they do need closer observation. I mean, so many facilities have them even without them existing in Title 24. So again, it's a recognition, it's a beginning step. And with approval, we could continue to move forward on what it would look like operationally.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree, and I know you have to go back and make some modifications to Title 15, and I'm just asking for my own clarification if those have to be contemporaneous to this, or can that be handled in another executive steering cycle? Because I don't know what current jail construction is going to get done in the next 2 years that would include this, right? So I guess defer to you whether that needs to be addressed now or next time.
I think, you know, there are 80 bajillion things that I wish we could have covered in this regulation revision process. And that's usually how they work. We get to the end of the process and you're like, oh gosh, darn it. I wish that we had been able to spend more time on X, Y, and Z. So this was one that came up during discussions, but it didn't like pop out as one of those high, high focus areas like out of cell time, sorry. So we could absolutely continue to revise this particular regulation, both in Title 24 and in Title 15. This is just really a first step. I wish, it's funny because there was a lot of time, but I wish that we could have put more, had more time, especially not at, you know, near 5 o'clock on at the end of a very long process. So I think what you're asking is, do we approve this and then continue to move forward, you know, in Title 15? And the answer is yes. And again, we as staff will do a really close look to really pick out anything that we missed or needs to be clarified or brought to the ESC on a separate track. But we can basically make changes, you know, as we go along, and it will always be in a public process. I don't know if that answered the question.
Yeah, no, it did. I appreciate it.
It's been a long day. I so appreciate everybody hanging in there, because if your brain is feeling anything like mine, yeah, we're doing okay. So again, recognizing that it is at the end of a very long day and a very long process, and we've done some really incredibly good work here to move things in a forward direction, closer and closer to those best practices. I would ask for, you know, we could approve this regulation and staff could reconsider. Again, if you remember way earlier today, there were some recommendations to add that language to the sobering cell, and we can go back to our team and see if there is a more appropriate place to put some of the operational parameters around an observation cell.
Yeah, no, I would motion to approve this, and I think, like it was stated, it's long overdue.
Agreed.
Any other questions or comments from the ESC? And moving that to approve, and we will go to one last public comment period. Again, being mindful, you know, of people's time and appreciative of people making the time to be here, taking time out of their day. So if we can see if anybody has public comment at this point.
So far, none.
So in terms of next steps, what I would like to do in the very short-term future is just send a really quick summary of these are the regulations that BSCC staff is going to continue to work on and provide a separate recommendation to the board, just so we have a shared understanding of what those are. And the majority of the regulations and revisions that were presented to the ESC, we have as move to approve, which is really fantastic and is really reflective of the hard work of everybody that's been involved in this process, from the members of the ESC, all the members of the work group, all the members of the BSCC team, the field representatives, and our analysts here, and the members of the community providing some thoughtful public comment. This is the most thorough process that we've been through in a really long time. And what it does, again, I'll say this out loud so people hear it. We've learned a lot about this process and do intend to make changes to how we approach the next process, so we can be sure to include and honor and value everybody's input and commitment. So I'll just say thank you. I don't think I could say thank you enough more. I'll hand it over to Sheriff Barnes, and just look forward to a summary email from us as soon as humanly possible, to get out to you, and just for our shared understanding. And we'll keep you posted about the November board meeting and what that will look like, and if people want to participate in that. So Sheriff Barnes, thank you so much for your hard work on this.
Yeah, no problem. It's a worthy cause. I feel like we made a lot of good progress, and I really just, we have a lot of competing interests sometimes, but I think we all want the same thing at the end of the day, which is, good facilities that are run and provide, exceptional service. I want to thank everybody on the Executive Steering Committee for their patience, their preparation, and coming in with meaningful conversations. So thank you for that. If any members of our work groups are dialed in and listening, thank you for the work that you did. But more importantly, I also want to thank everybody who's taken the time to be on today and provide public comment, not only today, but from the previous meetings. And hopefully you saw today and in past meetings that some of those suggestions actually did direct conversation and make it into some of the decisions that we made. So it's very valuable. I know sometimes it may feel like we're not listening, but we actually are, and you've helped steer conversation in a very positive direction. So just thank you to everybody that's been involved in the process, and I look forward to seeing the end result.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to your staff, Allison.
Oh, gosh. Amazing group of people. I feel very lucky. Thank you. Take care.
Nice.
Dang.